Hello, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another Friday night on Heavy Metallurgy. My name is Alan. You probably already knew that, but if you didn't, my name is Alan. And I am here tonight with my usual co host, the esteemed Mr. Marty. How are we tonight, Mr. Marty?
Hey, doing good. Doing good. Thanks for asking. Good to see you. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out with us tonight.
Yes, welcome aboard, everybody. It's been, another kind of, long, hot, busy week. We're right here, in the heat of the summer in the Northern Hemisphere, and everyone's doing vacation-y stuff, work stuff. Everyone's got stuff going on. But for the next few hours, we're all going to sit back, take it easy, relax, have some fun, and talk about some cool heavy metal stuff. Before we bring in our guest and get into our topic, we do have a few things to go over. First thing we should say, first off, we had circulated some flyers on Instagram and such, and even the thumbnail tonight says we were having two guests. However, Melanie from Melanie Loves Death Metal is under the weather. She's been sick for the past few days. She's been in touch with us. She was really hoping that she could shake it off in time to be here. Unfortunately, she cannot. She's still not feeling too hot, and obviously she needs to rest up. That's much, much more important than coming on here and blathering with us for the next couple of hours. So, Melanie, we hope you feel better very soon, and we will absolutely get you back on the show in the near future for a fun topic whenever you're feeling up to it. So sorry to folks if you were really excited to see Melanie. We all were really looking forward to having her be part of tonight's conversation. But obviously, health matters are much more important than the show matters. But we still have a really good show and a really great guest that we'll bring out in just a minute. But first, a couple of cool things have arrived in the mail lately, some new releases. So I wanted to quickly show off a couple of things in case people were interested in ordering them if they haven't already. This showed up in the mail yesterday. Let's get the glare off of it.
No, mine should be coming.
Yes, this is Destination Onward, the Fates Warning book by Jeff Wagner. We had Jeff on about a month or so ago to talk about Fates Warning, go through their anthology. And yes, his book has been published. If you pre-ordered it, you should be getting it anytime now. If you didn't pre-order it, what the fuck are you doing with your life? I mean, come on. But yes, if for somehow you just missed it or it slipped your mind or you were waiting for payday to roll around or something, the book is out. It looks really awesome. I've read the first few pages, haven't had too much time, but I've got to start on it. So yes, definitely check that out. If you're a fan of the band or just a fan of Jeff's writing, he's an excellent author and there's going to be cool stuff to learn about the band throughout the book. The other fun thing that had arrived in the mail, new release today, got an extra large burrito from Bindrune Recordings. That includes the reissue of the second Panopticon album, Collapse. So that is out. And also the reissue of Chaos Moon. And I always mess up the title of this one. It's Languor into Echoes Beyond. Both of these look really, really sharp. And I'm not just saying that because Marty's sitting here. But, the foil printing on both covers, they're both on really nice looking colored vinyl. They've got inserts, they've got CDs, they've got download cards. Really, what more could you ask in a vinyl package? So if you pre-ordered them and it hasn't arrived yet, it's on its way. And if, again, by chance you missed out on pre-orders, Marty, I'm guessing you still have at least a few of each of these left?
Oh, yeah, we still have some left. And I do want to say, people that pre-ordered t-shirts, they were the last element for me to get to. And some of you know or may not know, I'm a screen printer. I've got a full shop in my garage. So I got the main bulk of Just Records out this week. And the last 2 days I've been printing t-shirts. So this weekend, I'm going to get the remaining pre-orders with t-shirts in them packaged up and shipped out by Monday and Tuesday. So again, I'm so sorry for the delay. My helpers, there was a death in their family, so it just wasn't going to work out. And that's, again, family is a lot more important than a fat guy in a garage. So,
but all the
thank you for your patience.
Yeah, all pre-orders sound like they will be cleared out and in the mail by Monday. So
Yep.
they look really, really good. I have not had a chance to play either one. They just arrived this afternoon. But yeah, really nice looking items. If you were thinking about buying them, copies are still available. Pick
Turned out
those
good.
up. Marty, of course, will have a link to the Bind Room shop in the description below. So those were just some of the cool new things that have come out I wanted to make sure folks were aware of. Marty, sorry, anything else you would like to advertise, remind folks of, or just otherwise get on a soapbox about?
If you want a link to the web shop, you'll have to go through the link for the heavy metallurgy t-shirt design, which is in the link in the description. Should you be so inclined to help support the channel, super chats are available. Hate to keep bringing that up, but you don't have to do it. But if you do so, it goes towards technical upgrades, the StreamYard fee, and anything else that might take a shit that goes into me and Alan's performance on tech issues and our performance on this channel. So yeah, consider that. And again, if not, no big deal. We're going to do the same thing no matter what.
Absolutely. Yep. We're doing it whether you like it or not.
Yep.
So.
You're stuck with us. Yep. But if that's all, then we'll have to bring out our esteemed guest. This, I think, is third time back to the Heavy Metallurgy channel.
I believe it is.
It is our dear friend down in the land of poisonous animals and bullshit heat and fire and men at work. We'll bring back the lovely and talented Simon from Explosive Action. Hey, Simon, what's going on?
Hello. I am well. How are you?
Good.
Good to have you back. Marty, up until that Men at Work part, you pretty much described where I live.
All right.
Wait a minute. Is he in my zip code? Oh, wait. No. Now there's a difference.
Right? There is no Men at Work here. There is also no burning beds or midnight oils. There's definitely no AC of DC.
I tried really hard to think of a acceptable classic pairing from Australia to make you sweat over. Well, Blood Duster was going to be one of them, but I couldn't think of something that paired with it, and I was running out of time, so I said fuck it. And I'm sure we've got all bases covered here. So
yeah, and I intentionally didn't bring anything Australian to the table. I didn't want to dig too deep. I mean, I could have put in like Hobbs Angel of Death or something.
That would have been actually a good one.
Probably had a bit of feedback, but if I dig a bit too deep.
The Armored Angel, yeah.
I thought about bringing them up, but it's one of those I didn't know how many people would be familiar with it. And
that was my problem.
Yeah, it's not much fun if you mention it. Everybody just looks at you, just like, what's that? And it's like, yeah, well, never mind. But I do love some Armored Angel Captain, one of my favorite bands, period, not just from Australia.
Yep.
But yeah, and if folks are a little confused about what we're ranting about right now, tonight we're doing a Keep or Reap episode with Simon.
At Simon's behest, actually.
Yes, actually, this came up literally during the last Keep or Reap episode when we had Jurgen and Mike from Metal Mickey on. And Simon, you must have sent that email while we were still wrapping things up, because as soon as I checked my email when the show was wrapping up, Simon had sent me an email, and it basically just said in capital letters, "I want to do this with you two. Could we also invite Melanie?" I was like, those are fantastic ideas. Yes, we can. And yes, we will. But Simon wanted a specific twist on it. He wanted to sort of do it sticking to the more extreme branches of the heavy metal family tree. So no power metal, no Iron Maiden, Judas Priest kind of stuff tonight. We're going to be sticking to the black and the death. The heavier end of the thrash spectrum is allowed. We checked with Simon, and he ruled that was okay. No Anthrax, apparently, but yes, the heavier, darker end of thrash will do. There might be some Funeral Doom or Death Doom slipped in. I don't know. Don't know where this will go. Shit will be kind of wacky. But yes, the idea for those who are not familiar is we take turns. We name 2 albums, and each person has to pick one album that they can keep forever, hear it anytime they want to. The other album they're never allowed to hear again. They can't own it. They can't randomly happen to hear it on the radio in the background. They can't go see the band play the album in its entirety live. No loopholes, no bullshit, no cheating. One of these albums is erased from your existence forever. And the idea is, to come up maybe with some fun pairings or some tough choices, just to have fun and to try to make the other folks squirm just a bit. And of course, it's all in good fun. And of course, it's all total bullshit. We're not taking our albums out back and destroying them at the end of the video or anything. We might get more views that way, but no, we're not taking it to that level. Not yet, anyway. So yeah, just a fun exercise to get people thinking about, if you really only could have one for some reason, how do you piece these things out? We'll have to see. And so we will see how it goes from there. So gentlemen, anything you would like to add before we start rolling out the pairings?
Actually, I would just like to chime in here and say that I tried really hard not to pick pairings that I've already shown. We've done this numerous times, and there might be a couple that I have shown and I'm just forgetting. But and I also, there are some exceptions, but I kind of have a lot of black metal pairings in here. So a lot of Norwegian black metal pairings on top of it. So
okay, that is a good point, Marty. I also tried to make sure I haven't done it, but Marty and I have done this several times over the past, 6 to 8 months.
3 or 4,
at least, probably more than that, to be honest. And so yes, it is possible there may be a couple of pairs that are reruns, but there'll be new options for Simon to have to make the choice, even if it's one that Marty's already done. So. Yep, we'll still get some mileage, even if there are a few rehashes by accident. But yes, I also tried to cover some death, some black, a couple of other things as well, and hopefully they will be fun and somewhat challenging. I will be interested to see how it goes. One thing I'll mention is, while coming up with some of these pairings, some of them I had trouble figuring out something to pair certain albums with, because it seems sometimes in the extreme end of the metal spectrum, people do get to the point where they really like certain albums and it's very hard to find anything that's in the same ballpark. And so a lot of times they'd be like, these two kind of seem similar, but they're just instantly going to pick that one. There's no reason to pair these two up. So I'll be interested to see if we have some pairs where folks really do have to anguish over it, or if there's going to be a lot of kind of, snap decisions. Just like, oh, I would obviously keep that one. It's no contest. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out. Simon, how did it go for you coming up with pairings?
Look, it was I tried to have a bit of a theme with each pairing. They might be similar era type bands. They might be similar geography. They might be just feel like they should be related. Things that have got a nostalgic tie to me that I like, I bought within the same week. So somehow that means they're related to me. But there's a few here that when I looked at them, I went, that pairing makes sense, but it doesn't make sense, and I'm going to go with it. So we'll see how we go with some of that.
Let me ask you one quick question. Since you're kind of a mixed medium guy, you're a huge movie fan.
Yeah.
If we were to play this game with movies, do you have? I mean, I have very strong emotional connections to albums. I mean, I always have. I've always been. I mean, I like movies, but if I never had to sit and watch another movie again, I'd be fine. But if you started taking records, like if this was for real and I had to break up my Halloween records, that would have been I'm just curious. Would you approach, the movie side of something like this the same way you would the music side, or is it?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. To a degree, I suppose. But I mean, you've got to invest more in a movie. It's 90 minutes. It's 2 hours. You've got to sit there and watch it. Sometimes with music, I can just it's on the go. It's in the background. It's more permanent. I think I would probably be okay in that scenario with movies vanishing. Like there's half of me that says, man, if I could never see RoboCop again, that would be really bad. But then there's half of me that says, I've seen RoboCop 400 times. It's in my head. I don't actually need to see it again. And they're like, I love watching movies, but the quantity of movies that I would need to draw down to, a top 30 or something that I would, absolutely never want to miss out on again. I don't know. I find it a lot harder to get down to, 100 albums than I would 20 or 30 movies. So, I might be going against my own channel brand name at this point, but I could do without the films if I had to. I've often wondered that, like if I had the choice of going blind or going deaf, which one would you pick? I'll go blind. I can still listen to my tunes.
Yeah.
Tonight on the Hallmark Channel, Simon's Choice. One collection can be kept. One collection is going to die of cancer.
But somehow it'll all be saved by Santa Claus and the magic of Christmas.
Yeah. Julia, what's her name? Julia Roberts will show up and we'll cry a little bit and have some popcorn and eat bonbons, and it'll all be better.
All right, Simon, why don't you get this party started? Let's see what you've cultivated down there.
Okay. The first one here is a gentle introduction, but I think it's also possibly one of the harder ones for some people.
So this is just the tip, is what you're saying?
That's what she said. All right.
Tonight on a very special Pornhub.
On the Hallmark Channel, just the tip. Okay.
Yep.
Surprisingly, that stars Julia Roberts as well.
Nice.
Now we're going to get sued.
And I'm done. And we're done.
So much for monetization. Whatever. No tip for us.
She'll be suing us faster than Lars and a kid on TikTok.
Absolutely. All
classic.
Yeah. Self-titled Deicide.
My favorite.
Yeah, my favorite too. With Cause of Death.
Easy. Easy one. Good pick. Same era.
Yep.
Same label.
Very, very related. Both, RC or Roadrunner or whatever.
The best from both bands.
Yes, and that's why I chose these ones.
Yeah, so we'll give the chat here a moment to chime in with their answers as well. I think, I know what I want to pick as well, but let's see what folks think. Captain K is saying nothing is beating Deicide. Neanderthals, tough but Deicide. Evan says Deicide. Hey, Andy, good evening.
Hey, everybody.
Let's start the split now.
Yep. Now, let's see. Deicide from Larry, but 2 great albums. Celtic also said, okay, a lot of Deicide fans. Alex Deicide. Best obituary album is still an obituary album, says Jack. Obituary for Prowler. Cause of Death for Aaron. Ben Deicide by Hair. Okay, so I think the chat's leaning Deicide on this one, but there's definitely an obituary contingent as well.
Mm-hmm.
Carl just says, I'm stumped. So we've already broken Carl on our very first.
Carl's already broken.
Well done, Simon. Well done.
Well, you can just log off and go watch Pornhub the rest of the night.
Achievement unlocked. All right, Marty, you want to answer first?
I'm going with Deicide. I think that is a damn perfect Florida death metal album. It's a testament to the U.S. death metal scene. I think Obituary, that is my favorite Obituary album, hands down. But if I wanted to get, compare apples to oranges, that band has kind of put out the same album their entire career. And the end complete is basically Cause of Death Part 2. If I had to listen to Obituary again and I could get through the end complete, but I'm going to go with Deicide. I think it's a far superior album. It's just so brutal and well written and blasphemous and great. It's a great record. What do you think, Alan?
I'm going to go the other way. I want to keep the Obituary and reap the Deicide. The problem for me with Deicide has always been Glenn Benton's vocals. Musically, I've liked some of their stuff, but there's something just about his vocal delivery that never quite clicked with me. And it just doesn't. Some vocalists you like, and some you just never feel like they get there for you. And Deicide, it was always the vocals that held me back. And I actually went back and revisited these early Deicide albums sometime within the past year because I was kind of curious, like maybe I've warmed up to it by now. And it was kind of just the same reaction. It's just like, okay, this is going kind of cool. But as soon as he starts singing, I just start losing interest a little bit. So, it's a very, very, very good Obituary album. Arguably their best. I usually pick Slowly We Rot instead, but it's a fair conversation. So, I would definitely keep the Obituary and reap the Deicide. Let's see. Now, Simon, you do not have to answer your own.
Yes, he does.
Proposal.
Yes, he does.
But you're welcome to.
No, I fully intend to throw my hat in the ring on all these.
Fair.
I lean pretty heavily to the Deicide side.
Okay.
I agree that it's the best obituary to me. I got to see them play that in its entirety the month before COVID, and that was the last international thing I saw back in January 2020, I think that was. And it was a great show. And they were paired very strangely with Wormrot. Very strange, but it worked out. But this Deicide, yeah, this one stands apart from Legion onwards. And I think I don't know if you listened to this one particularly, Alan, when you were comparing the vocals, but this is the one where I think he is more raspy, a little bit thrashier almost. He instantly by Legion starts getting right down there, and it's the you're going to like it or you're not going to like it vocals. But I think on the self-titled, it's a bit different. It stands out. But I think also, the songs on this one have easily got some of the best. Sacrificial Suicide, Dead by Dawn, obviously. Cause of Death, of course, brilliant. But I will still have Slowly We Rot, and that's sort of how I'm approaching most of my answer to this. Is what do I still have from that band's catalog?
Yeah, that's a very fair approach for sure.
Yep.
And I still have Slowly We Rot, which are the only real two obituary that I can be bothered with. I used to have. What was it? World Demise, I think. Is that the fourth one? Yeah, and they had a couple of good tracks on it, but ultimately, Obituary is a band that I could happily not listen to again if I had to. Seen them live, knocked it off. They've never been a number one band for me, so Deicide it is.
Right on. Good call. Alan, what you got?
I will kind of piggyback off of Simon's pair because I had one of those albums, but paired it against something else. And just so folks know, I don't pull albums to show for the Keeper Reaps because I usually have about half the ones I want to discuss. The other half I only have digitally, so it's weird holding up 1 out of 2 or only holding up half of them. So anyway, I'm also going to propose Obituary's Cause of Death.
Okay.
But I wanted to pair it up against Death's Leprosy, second album for both bands, and see what folks think of that. So it'll be Cause of Death versus Leprosy. Let's see.
Well, I know which way I'm going.
Scott's right away. Oh, let's see. Scott picked Cause of Death, but I don't know if that was for the Deicide pick.
That was comparing Deicide. He was a little.
I think that was for the Deicide pick.
Okay, we got a Leprosy.
Yep. Protex picking Leprosy always. Celtic going with Obituary. Captain taking Leprosy. Neanderthal definitely with Death. Death. From Ben, Death. Okay, yep. All right, most folks going for Death, and that's perfectly fair. Let's see. Leprosy, we've had 1 or 2 Obituary picks, but yeah, I'm leaning Leprosy pretty hard on this one. So, Simon, what's your verdict for this pair?
Yeah, look, Obituary cops it on the chin yet again. It's Leprosy. It's my favorite Death. Scream Bloody Gore is pretty close. Human is very, very close as well. Those 3 are my favorite. But I play Leprosy far more than I do Cause of Death.
Okay.
This I think probably just comes down to the when I approach these things. I got Leprosy, probably around about 98, 99. I didn't get Cause of Death until 2010. That was really quite late to the Obituary party. I only ever had Slowly We Rot and then World Demise. So I don't have that attachment that I had to Death that I had when I was younger. So it is Leprosy.
Okay. Marty, what's your choice here?
Cause of Death was a huge album for me when it came out. I mean, I listened to it a ton. It's a great death metal record. I mean, the Celtic Frost influence is undeniable, and Celtic Frost was an amazingly huge band for me when I was a teenager. So, and that's my favorite Obituary album. But when it comes down to it, I rarely listen to Obituary these days. I mean, I just don't. They just and Death. I mean, Scream Bloody Gore is my favorite, but Leprosy is a damn close second. And I got to go with Leprosy, just because at least Chuck took the time to write lyrics.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're just going to go on there and scat your way through shibby dibby doo whatever, you're going to scream, and it's lazy. And I don't know. I would, if I never heard, I've heard Cause of Death so many times, and I don't know. I don't want to shit on Obituary, but I just never listened to him. And that's all I can really say about it.
Yep.
All right. I guess I'm up next. And I'm going to go with a death metal pairing as well. Classics in their own right. I may have done this pairing before now that I'm sitting here looking at the covers, but we're just going to go with it anyway. Both these bands were heavily compared, even to this day, maybe a little bit. Yeah, we're going to go with Incantation's Onward to Golgotha up against Dawn of Possession, Immolation.
Oh, shit.
This is a tough one. This is a tough fucking pick.
That's a good pair. Yep.
It's a good pair. And yeah.
Yep. I almost did a very similar pair, but I couldn't quite pick the pieces I wanted to line up from those two bands, so I didn't. But yeah, I think you found it and I didn't.
This album here is kind of unique in their catalog. I mean, it's I don't want to call it thrashy, but it's thrashy in the aspect of the era it came from. The riffs are very memorable. They got a lot darker and more polluted as they went, which it's great. I mean, they progressed. They're still an amazing band. They haven't really put out a bad record. These guys kind of ran with this style for a very long time. They still kind of are, but this is probably their weirdest sounding and most evil sounding record. I mean, Moral Throne of Nazarene that came out after it is just as evil. It's just a little bit faster, but I don't know. I figured this is what I'm going to throw down.
Yeah, that's a damn rough one.
The chat is pretty mixed on this one.
Yeah,
and understandably so.
Okay.
I will say my favorite incantation is Diabolical Conquest with Daniel Corchado on vocals. I love Craig Pillard's vocals. He's a fucking demon for sure, but there's just something about Diabolical Conquest that they nailed it so well on that record. The production.
Comparison I've got coming up later then.
You're awful quiet, Simon. You're looking looks like you got that just shit my pants look on your face.
Yeah,
he's thinking, oh wait, I misread the clock. It's actually bedtime over here in Australia. Gotta go. It's been fun.
Oops. Thunderstorm, guys. Click.
Crikey, I gotta log off here.
I'm losing the transmission.
Kangaroo attack, alligator, some kind of snake or spider or thing fighting you.
I will be picking Incantation. That is the incantation that is my go-to. It's the one that I play the most. You're right, Marty. It is the weirdest sound. I think that's why I like it the most. It is when I think of Incantation, I think of that album. That Immolation's great. It's not my go-to. My go-to is Close to a World Below. So based on that, Incantation wins. It's a shame to lose this Immolation being their first, but I've got so many other Immolations to pick, and I could say the same for Incantation, but that's the best one. So Incantation for me.
All right. Now go change your pants. Alan, what do you think?
That's fair. I'm also going to go for Incantation, and my reasoning is pretty similar to Simon's. Now, it's not my favorite Incantation, but it's up there. It's up there. The Immolation I like, for whatever reason, I always gravitated a little bit more towards for the early albums. I always have gravitated a little bit more towards early Incantation. Don't necessarily know why. More recently, I've really liked Immolation's last couple of albums quite a bit.
Atonement is so good.
Atonement's really good. The most recent one is really good.
It's a little long, but it's good.
But it's also really good. But yeah, so yeah, it's not a knock against this Immolation at all. But Yeah, that's Incantation album. I've ranted and raved about it on many an episode here on our series. So I would have to keep that one. But yeah, that's a very good pair, Marty. Very, very good pair. Like I said, I wanted to pair two albums up by that band. I just couldn't find a combination that clicked, but I think you did. So well done. Well done.
I mean, it's tough to say goodbye to this record because it's creepy and evil and just so awesome and unique, especially for a US band. I mean, this really sounds like nothing that came out during this time. It's quite amazing. This here, I mean, if I could never hear Into Everlasting Fire again, that would really suck. Those Left Behind, Dawn of Possession, Fallen Disease, Immolation. I mean, this to me wins just for the riffs. It's a little bit more catchy of an album. It's a little catchier of an album for me. It still upholds a very evil spirit. I got to go with this one.
Okay,
for sure. It's a tough pick, but it had to be done.
It actually makes me want to put that one on today.
You can't. It's you don't even you can't even say the word.
It's like if Marty tries to mention most Halloween albums now, all he's got are Scanner and some vague memories that are all fuzzed out and hazy.
Don't break the what? Don't break the sofa.
The toilet. Do not break the toilet.
All right. You're back, Simon.
Okay.
With your next pairing.
My next pairing. Okay. Again, similar theme, similar years, similar location. Might give Marty an aneurysm. We will find out. Actually, no, I think I know which way Marty's going to go on this, but it's a pretty hard one. All right. For victory.
That's, yeah. Don't you have to show the next one?
You sure? All right. Necroticism.
You cunt.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah.
I thought about doing this, but I decided I was going to play nice tonight. But
that's not even fair. It's not even.
They're both earache.
They're both in England.
Yeah, pick your favorite UK baby.
Basically.
God. Hey, Marty. Julia Roberts is standing behind you, waiting for your decision.
I think I broke the chat. So yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we got some Carcass. Okay, good.
Got a couple of Carcass. Metal Neanderthal, though, goes for bolt thrower.
50-50.
Let's see. Devin says, Marty, don't fuck this up.
Look, I'm not going to, Devin. I got to go. That is by far not only the best bolt thrower album, but probably one of the best riff albums ever. Necroticism is a close second. I love Necroticism. That album is DNA, part of my DNA, but I gotta go for victory.
Bye.
I got Symphonies. Symphonies is right there with it, holding it hand in hand. It's flushing itself down the toilet, but I gotta go with For Victory. That is a perfect album. I love it so much.
Yeah,
Alan, how about you?
The chat is really, really split on this one. Yeah, it's a tough call. Both
Julia Roberts like Necroticism too.
She is dissenting the insalubrious for sure.
Yeah.
Julia Roberts helped write the lyrics to that. Fun trivia fact, very few people know.
Yeah.
It was her medical dictionary that they used.
Okay.
They just claimed it was his sister's, to make sure that she didn't sue them. Anyway, for me, yeah, I gotta pick the bolt thrower also. Both albums are great. Yeah, I can't. I won't. Well, let me think though. Hold on. There are a lot of other great bolt thrower albums.
There are, but none of them are as perfect as For Victory. None of them.
No, but some of them are damn close. Carcass, let's see. You still have
Incarnated Solvent Abuse. Now, come on.
You still have Symphony. You just after that. Heartwork is great, but Heartwork's a very different kind of beast.
Different beast, isn't it? Yeah.
Maybe we do keep Carcass because it's a little more unique. Wow. You know what? I'm going to backpedal here. I'm going to make a last second swap, and I think based on that, there's still a really robust bolt thrower catalog, and there's some decent bolt thrower clones out there that you can also listen to and enjoy. They're not as good, I understand that, but yeah, Necrotism. I like Necrotism a little better, or Necroticism a little more than Symphony. So yeah, I'm gonna keep the Carcass. I'm going to change, but I like Bolt Thrower as a band overall better. But yeah, there's not as many albums like that in the Carcass catalog. Final answer: I keep Carcass.
Bolt Thrower and Benediction Transcend the Rubicon would have been a better pairing there. They make more sense because members went on together to be in Memoriam. See but then I'm just going to pick two. They're in the same country.
Yeah, but I mean, Bolt Thrower and Benediction. That's like pairing Julia Roberts and Taylor Swift. There's no contest. It's
Julia Roberts and Emmanuel.
I have Benediction coming up later. But for me, this one is actually a no-brainer. It's Carcass.
In the Carcass too. Okay.
Yes. This album was one of the first 10 CDs that I ever got.
Oh, cool.
There's nothing I would ever change on this album. It's completely 110% perfect. And to your point about there's so many other Bolt Thrower albums, and because Bolt Thrower have the same similar sound on pretty much all of the albums. I am happy to go and lose for Victory because I've got Fourth Crusade.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no other album in Carcass's discography that sounds like Dissenting.
That was my reasoning for the last second.
I mean, Symphonies is damn close. I mean, those two they're very. It's a slight necroticism is a slight progression, but they're still they're coming from the same heart.
If I was comparing those two Carcass albums, I'd just shoot myself. But I can easily take Carcass here because I've still got Warmaster. I've still got Fourth Crusade.
And for those once loyal, they went out on a high point. That's a great record too.
There's very little that I don't like from Bolt Thrower. So it's a Carcass for me.
Right on. I mean, that's a toughie. I gotta go with. I had to go Bolt Thrower. Anyway, Alan, you're back.
All right.
This is already starting to piss me off, by the way. Just for the record, I'm pissed off already.
Yourself in it's a bumpy ride from here.
Well, not to pour gasoline on that fire, but did somebody mention David Corchado a minute ago? Because let's see, I had sort of a Corchado versus Corchado pairing. Incantations, Diabolical Conquest versus the Chasm's Procession to the Infraworld. May not be a hard one for folks. I'm not sure.
Start over. I was typing Procession to the Infraworld. That's my favorite Chasm record. That great.
Is a lot of people's favorite Chasm record, and Diabolical Conquest is a lot of people's favorite Incantation record. So which David Corchado album do we keep and which one do we not keep?
God damn it.
Simon cackles maniacally. Marty gets more pissed off. And let's see. And we go to the chat. Let's see. Pretex goes with Chasm. Scott's taking Incantation. Devin's taking Incantation. Let's see. Celtic's got Incantation. Ryan's got Incantation. Okay. Chat's leaning Incantation here pretty hard. Fraser asked for Possessed Seven Churches. We might hear about that in a little while. Patience, Fraser. Let's see. Wade's keeping the Chasm. Okay. Chasm is great, but I never got into them as much for Neanderthal. Procession for Jack. Tim says Marty needs more White Claws to ease the mood. Jeff is taking the Chasm. All right. Well, let's see. Simon, what do you think for this one?
The Chasm.
Okay.
Fairly definitively for me, the Chasm. That is, like you said, the Procession's my favorite. It's probably their best. No, it is their best. Absolutely. That Chasm. That was the first one I heard. It's the first one I heard from the band. I got that when it came out. I nearly put the Chasm on my list today, but I didn't know how to pair it. This is an interesting pair because of
It took me a while to figure out what to do with the Chasm too, but then I figured, let's do Corchado projects. Yeah,
that makes sense. And I've already thrown my hat into the ring with the Incantation. That's my favorite, and I've still got that. So, okay. Well, the Chasm.
Okay. Yep. All right, Marty.
Well, Chris, you're right. Maybe a little shot of Michigan Straight Bourbon whiskey would
Oh,
we're tapping it early tonight, folks.
All right. That is the best Chasm album. Death Cult for Eternity is really good. I gotta go with Incantation on here. It's my favorite Incantation album. And I interviewed Daniel and John back in the day and hung out with those guys on several occasions. I know the suffering that Corchado went through to do vocals on Incantation. In Chasm, he's got a very throaty growl.
Mm-hmm.
In Incantation, he was trying to be like Craig. He was trying to, bring the brutal, and it ripped him up. He really struggled with it. And if you saw Incantation during that era, they were great. I mean, Daniel is the front man. I've seen the Chasm probably 5 times over the years. I've seen Incantation probably 5 or 6 times with Corchado. I've seen him with other guys too, but they were so good with him. He just brings the metal, and I gotta go with Incantation on this one. I just love John's. He loves Autopsy, and you can really hear it in particular on that album. You can hear like that Doomy ending track is very Autopsy influenced, and he wears his influences on his sleeve, but he's got to, he runs it through his own filters. That Chasm album is just perfectly great, evil, so good. I still have to go with Incantation on it though. That's a tough pick though. That's a good pick. That's a good pairing for sure.
Cool. Yeah, for me on this one, this was harder than I thought it would be to decide on. Looking at the band's overall body of work, I like the Chasm more than Incantation. They're both very good, and there's a lot of similarities. The Chasm was just always good at getting that extra sort of dark, creepy, but kind of slightly mystical vibe developed. Just very otherworldly sounding. But yeah, this is arguably my favorite Incantation record too, which makes it really hard to let go of that one. The Chasm has a lot of very good albums, like Marty was saying. The first album, is kind of rough around the edges, but they really hit their stride pretty quickly after that. And I'm thinking I'm okay with the rest of the Chasm's discography and hold on to this Incantation because it's the only one with him singing for them. So yeah, I think I will keep the Incantation, and I will hold on tightly to the rest of my Chasm records. But I guess I can let one go in this particular situation.
LP.
Very cool.
Very nice.
Mine's number 12 of 500. I don't know if that means anything, but this is a great record. Thankfully, this isn't for reals, and I'm not going to chop it up and have to get rid of it. So,
good deal. Okay, fun pair there. Marty, we're on to you for your. Where are you on your second pairing? Wow. Okay.
And while Marty speaks, I'll be back in 1 second.
No problem. We'll buy you a moment. Wow, we kind of waded into the deep end pretty quickly tonight, it would seem.
Yep.
But and folks in the chat are having a lot of fun with it already too. We got 80 people right now hanging out. Thank you all
83
very much for,
people.
80. Okay, my screen's got to catch up. So yeah, thanks to everybody for coming and hanging out. Hope everybody's enjoying themselves. Thanks too for chiming in. It's really fun to see how everybody else is doing this. It's fun for the three of us to do it, but if we just name a pair and sit here and look at each other for a couple of minutes and nobody posts anything, it's a little less fun. It's really cool to see the two sides start shouting in the chat before we make our picks. So thanks to everybody for participating. We do appreciate it quite a bit.
We are going to do a future edition of this where you, the people in the chat, are going to pick our keeper reap.
Yes.
I don't know how that's going to work or how we're going to air traffic control that chaos, but
yeah,
we're going to try that one of these days, and it'll be your job to make us suffer.
Yeah, some folks have been asking if we could do like a Q&A type session and things. So we've got that in the back of our head too. Just kind of depends on scheduling and such.
That could be a good Tuesday show.
Yeah, it may be a Tuesday kind of a short show or something. But yes, y'all will at some point. Maybe when Melanie's feeling better, we'll bring her on and she can help us slog through the viewer choices of Keep or Reap or something. She might have fun with that. We shall see.
Okay.
All right, Marty, up your pairing number 2, please, sir.
All right, might be another one that I picked in the past, but we got a new person in the game, so I'm going to drag it out again. We're going to go with Pestilence second album, Consuming Impulse, up against the debut album by Asphyx the Rack.
I knew you were going to pull that. Okay.
I had the exact same pair. Yep.
Yep. Both of them. See what I'm doing here, Simon? They both have the same singer.
Yeah.
just that's where I'm coming from on this one. Just saying.
Okay, it's fine where you come from. This one's harder than I actually would have thought.
Let's see. Scott is taking Pestilence.
Yeah, we've got Pestilence in the chat.
Both of these are absolutely crushing death metal records. I think The Rack is probably one of the most crushing albums ever, really, to be honest. It is just, you turn this thing up, it shreds your speakers. It's so much low end and crushing crunch. But man, you got the Trauma, you got Dehydrated, Out of the Body. Holy fuck. There's some serious classics on both of these albums.
Ken is picking Celtic Frost. Ken, that's not quite how the game works.
He picked Repulsion earlier on the Incantation Chasm pick.
This is why we can't invite Ken on for Keep or Reap. He
plays his own game.
Yep, Ken's got his own list, and it's an awesome list. The chat is leaning at Pestilence a bit, but there's definitely an Asphyx contingent out there. Jeff has also rang in for Asphyx here.
I think I know which way I'm going on this.
I think I do too.
Okay.
Marty, who do you want to answer first?
I still don't know. So Simon, why don't you go first? You're the guest. You go first.
Thanking you. It's Pestilence, I think, for me, this one. That Asphyx rules. I like equally as much Last One on Earth. So that's what's saving this little arrangement.
It's not, Last One on Earth is a good album. It's just not as heavy. It's just not as well. I don't know. There's something about it. The production's a little weaker. I don't know.
The production's different. I don't have to say it's weaker, but it's different. But I think the songs are equally as good. But that Pestilence, compared to the thrashy one before and the more technically one after, sort of stands alone. So that's Pestilence for me on this one. Pretty tough, though.
It's a tough pick. What do you think, Alan?
Yeah, it's a good pairing. Like I said, I had the exact same pair on my list, and yeah, obviously, both classics for me. If you'd asked this several years ago, I would have picked the Pestilence pretty quickly. But I've revisited this album in more recent years, and it really is just crushing.
This is a perfect. Tom nails it. Lack of water versus lack of oxygen. Exactly. Both ends in utter despair and death. Yep.
Well done, Tom. As always, well done. But yeah, at this point in history, I want to keep the Asphyx. That is just such a devastatingly heavy album, and it's no slight against the Pestilence at all. But I will keep the Asphyx, and that one. I don't like seeing the Pestilence go, but choices have to be made. I'm not going to puss out. I will keep the Asphyx, and I will just have to impulsively consume the Pestilence album and be done with it. Sad.
All right, God, there's songs on here that I wouldn't want to be without. If this was for realsies, it would be. You got a Harris Johns production on the Pestilence, which is always great. I got to go with Asphyx. It's just one of the heaviest albums ever. It just is. When it comes down to European death metal, there's a little bit of a doom influence on here. Van Drunen just is absolutely crushing on. He's crushing on both of them. But Tom nailed it. Lack of water versus lack of air. These are basically perfect siblings. I don't know. I got to go with Asphyx. It sucks because this is my favorite Pestilence. This is my favorite Asphyx. So, yep, I'm going with Asphyx.
Okay.
Hell with it.
Great pair. Great pair.
To hell with it. My own stupidity. All right, Simon.
All right. Okay.
Simon. Hey, Simon. We're safe until he does the second shot. Then it goes downhill fast.
It goes really fast.
Okay. All right.
Stupid whiskey.
This one, I know how I'm going on it. I think I know how Marty will go on it. Don't know how the chat's going to go on this one. We've got a pair of Bill Steers. We have
Symphonies
from Enslavement.
Oh, this is easy. One.
See, I thought this might be easy for you, Marty.
Yeah. You want me to go? Alan's perseverating. I'm just gonna go. That carcass snake's gigantic devil shits all over that Napalm Death. Napalm Death, they really coined a phrase. They're innovators, they're pioneers, but man, their first two albums, I mean, that album is a slight bit more listenable to me than Scum, but I just don't, there's just not enough meat on the bone for me to care. That Carcass album is some of the most superiorly crafted death metal ever. It just is. It's amazing the progression they went from Reek to Symphonies. It is huge. Not only is the production, but that the music is just, it's so malevolent sounding and so twisted, and Walker's vocals are just scathing, and you got the pitch shifted lows of Steer, and Ruptured Imperialence on there is just so fucking cool. How that song starts off with the bass and then the pitch shifter, and then just so fucking good. That Symphonies all day.
Yep. Okay. Alan?
Napalm just doesn't have the songs.
Yeah, I'm looking at the chat. Yeah, leaning heavily Carcass. There's a little Napalm love in there. Yeah, for me, I've got to keep the Carcass as well. I like that Napalm Death, but Napalm Death is just not a band I circle back to very often. When I do, I enjoy it, but I play them a couple of times, and then it's a long time before I come back around to it. Carcass definitely gets more plays over time, so I will keep the Carcass. And again, it's really nothing against Napalm Death. I do like their early stuff, but it just doesn't get the rotations that Carcass does. Simon, what are you doing in this situation?
I knew how this was going to go for me as soon as I put it down, because it's Carcass. So it's Carcass. I will pretty much pick Carcass over most things all the time. And to the point I had before, like, this one doesn't sound like it's a bit necroticism it's a bit reeky, but it still stands alone. That Napalm Death, I think you're right, Marty. It doesn't have the songs, like, it's got the speed, and it was one of the earliest examples of this. And I appreciate it more over the years as I get older. I did not like it when I first got it. I got that and Symphonies, I think, on the same day, both in the cutout bin. They both got little holes through the little punch holes through the thing.
Yep.
They're both the weird extended ones. This has got all the Reek tracks as well, and this has got all the Scum tracks as well. Just how it landed. But when I play Napalm, I play like Harmony Corruption, or even some of the newer stuff. I've actually been playing Utilitarian quite a lot.
It's a good album.
Yeah, it's probably my favorite of their newer ones. But yeah, From Enslavement, I'm liking it more and more now, but it's got a long way to catch up with Symphonies. I don't think it ever will. So
the best song on it from Enslavement is that first song, the Weak Mind song, and it's their least metal song on the album. Yeah, it's like very Swans-ish. I mean, they were very much experimental and very cool. Endless props to Napalm, but they just didn't start writing songs until the album after.
Yeah. Pretty much. So
Napalm is more punk, exactly. Chris, good call there.
Yep. Yeah. So Simon, quick, just collector inquiry. You mentioned, both of those have the punch out through the UPC. As a collector, does that bother you? Because I know some people will not own those cutouts, but others couldn't care less about it.
So if it was in this particular one, always annoyed me because it's not on the UPC. This one's in the artwork.
Yep.
So that one kind of annoys me, and like it's like the Hungry Caterpillar book or something. You just keep going.
Right.
Not something I thought we would reference tonight, but yes, it definitely
You're right, though. You're right. Yeah.
It is like that, It doesn't bother me too much, and particularly at the time I got this, it was a way to get it for a third of the price. So, yeah, and having all the Reek songs on there and having the proper artwork. That was available the same time as the reissues with the stupid modern whatever weird artwork they were going for, and I wasn't having any of that. So
Mentally Murdered is great. That's when they started to get better.
And
I'm sorry, man. Ryan, Ruptured and Purulence and everything on Symphony shits all over Unchallenged Hate. Just does.
Just ridiculously good things.
Alan.
All
good
right.
pairing. Good pairing.
Yep, definitely. All right, let's get a little black metal started up here.
I've got the whole last half of this is black metal for me. So get ready, people.
Half? Yeah, I've got so many stacks here. All right.
But this I thought might be an interesting pair.
97 people. Holy shit, people. Cheers. We love you. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Anyway, go ahead, Alan. Sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to comment. We're almost to 100.
That's fine.
Cheers.
Hey, good to see you. Philip has entered the chat. Let's see. Sort of two sometimes overlooked black metal classics here. Samael, Blood Ritual, or Rotting Christ, Non Serviam.
I can go there.
Well, let's see what the chat does before folks say. So we've got Non Serviam by Rotting Christ or Samael's Blood Ritual album. Let's see. Devon takes Samael easily. Let's see. Protux takes Rotting Christ. Prowler takes Samael. Celtic says this one is tough. Ryan's taking Blood Ritual. Electric Banana's taking Samael. Okay, so we're kind of going back and forth. Rotting Christ, Samael. Keep Samael. Not big on either band, but maybe Rotting Christ. So
Ken.
Ken does have the right answer, but disqualified for breaking the rules. That is the right answer. Sanctuary usually is.
100 people. Cheers, everyone. That doesn't happen a lot. It's kind of cool. Thank you so much.
That is cool. Thanks to everybody for hanging out tonight. All right,
Marty. It must be Simon's beauty because
Simon does bring out the fan base. Absolutely,
he does for sure.
They're all here for Melanie. That's what it says in the topic.
Yeah, we know that's what you call bait and switch.
5 minutes from now, yes, there's going to be 12 people left in the chat because Melanie's not here. Yeah. If for folks that came in late, and if you are wondering, Melanie was going to join us for this tonight, but she has been under the weather for a few days and she needs to rest up, get the crud out of her system. So best wishes to Melanie. Really sad she couldn't make it. We'll have her on in the future when she's back to 100%. But we're having a heck of a lot of fun. Simon's definitely holding his own end and possibly Melanie's as well. So
he's no Melanie, but we've got Simon.
He's the Australian Melanie. Or maybe Melanie's the Floridian Simon.
Could be. Right on.
Folks can ponder that. But Marty, it sounds like you're ready to chime in on Samael Blood Ritual versus Rotting Christ Non Serviam. What would you keep, sir?
I've got a lot more history with some Samael or however you want to say it. Rotting Christ, the whole Greek scene for me was, I'm a little late to that party, but when it clicked, I'm all in. I always kick my own ass. Why didn't I like this when I was younger? But that Samael Blood Ritual is an evil, dark, awesome album. It sounds like you're listening to a ritual, man. It sounds like you look at the cover image is a perfect representation of what lurks on that album. Amazing. Yep. It is. I mean, that album and Ceremony of Opposites are my two favorite albums by that band. This one, I think, takes the cake. It's so dark and slow and patient, and it kind of it dwells in that dank atmosphere. It's just so cool. Such a great evil record. I love it so much. Blood Ritual all day long. My first Rotting Christ was Triarchy of the Lost Lovers. I hated it when it came out, but then that one clicked with me too, and I really loved the super melodic side of that band. And then I was late going backwards, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Samael for me.
Okay. All right, Simon.
It's the same for me. Blood Ritual is fantastic. I was also quite late to Rotting Christ. Listened more to Varathron and Necromantia in the earlier days. And I kind of prefer Thy Mighty Contract anyway. So
I thought about pairing it with Thy Mighty Contract, but
yeah, that would have been more challenging for me, I think.
Okay.
That one. But as it stands, yeah, Blood Ritual. It's bloody evil album.
Yeah, oh man.
It very much, Marty. I loved the way you described it because that's a fantastic way to describe it. Yeah, it's kind of a unique early black metal album. It's very different from a lot of what you hear from that era.
Yep.
All of that said, for me, looking at them side by side again, I'm going to keep the Rotting Christ. Everything you said about Blood Ritual a lot of that can translate over to Non-Servium as well. It's got that just really evil, creepy atmosphere throughout it, and just song for song, the songs on Non-Servium have always really stuck with me incredibly well. I love Blood Ritual; it's a great album as well, but just song to song, I like Rotting Christ. And it may be that I got into Rotting Christ earlier. I may have kind of the opposite sort of development than y'all, because I got a lot of that early Rotting Christ stuff relatively early through tape trading, and I got into Samael with Ceremony of Opposites, and like you, Marty, I kind of worked forward with that band, and it wasn't until later that I went back and got to worship him in Blood Ritual. I was like, oh, these are very different, but also very cool. So
the moment you're your own drummer in your great successful band says, "Hey guys, I'm going to stop playing drums and program my drum beats," that's when you take your brother / drummer and you pile drive his ball bag. You pile drive it repeatedly until he submits to going back to playing drums. Sorry. Anyway.
So what are you trying to say, Marty?
I'm saying that Passage was okay, but what the fuck? Why would you have your drummer program your drums? I don't know. It's dumb. Anyway.
It's better than having your bass player program your drums.
Right.
The glass can be half full too,
No, not in this case. Anyway, sorry to interrupt you. That was just on my mind.
It's all good. But yeah, I would keep the Rotting Christ, but letting go of the Samael would definitely suck. Okay. So then Marty, pair number 3 from you, please.
All right. Well, I'm going to go with 2 more classics in the American death metal sphere. Both of these at this time shared a member.
Okay.
We're going to start off with, the eternal death metal classic, Scream Bloody Gore.
Okay.
Hold on. I want to get big.
I think I know where this is going.
I may have made this pick before too. I don't know.
It's hard to remember. Over time.
Well, we're just going to go with this little number right here. Severed Survival. One of the sickest, twisted, most, you can smell the pot smoke coming out of the sound of this album. It's amazing. And it's got Steve DeGorgio on bass, which can't be wrong. It just can't be wrong. Anyway.
Okay. Well, we'll let the chat chime in, and I will ponder some of my decisions in life, including the one I have to make in a moment.
Chat is leaning towards death. Some autopsy.
It is hard, Alex. That's why I picked it.
It's the hard that makes it great.
You got to make it hard.
I'm quoting Tom Hanks from A League of Their Own. I don't know what you're doing.
Death. Ken's on his own game here. Let's see. What did Ken pick? He picked King Diamond Them. Okay.
Sure. All right.
Charred Remains, Service for a Vacant Coffin. Fuck, man. Severed Survival, Impending Dread, Ridden with Disease. Oh.
Gasping for air.
Mutilation, Sacrificial. God.
Embalmed, Stillborn. Fuck.
I think I know which way I'm going here.
Zombie Ritual. Oh.
Yeah.
Yep.
God, this is tough. I don't even want to answer this one. I think I might bow this one out.
that is a very good pair. This might be the toughest one so far for me.
It's actually not as tough for me.
Fair.
No.
Yeah.
Great. Well, why don't you just
try, Martin? Here in the
why don't
southern
you just
hemisphere.
come back when you pick Caucus with Bow Thrower?
Yes. More
come back and, yeah.
Call my time zone when you're ready to make it interesting, sir.
Future Man says, that's nothing. What you got, Simon? What's your pick here?
It's death. It's scream bloody gore. Because when it comes to autopsy, it's this one for me.
That's a great record too, man.
Well, it's on Mental Funeral for me. Yeah, it's as simple as that. I rarely put on Severed Survival. It just doesn't happen. But just same as Leprosy, I kind of, depending on which mood, it's Scream or it's Leprosy. But when it's Autopsy, it's always Mental Funeral. So the answer is death.
Okay, Alan.
I am double checking one last thing here. Yeah, my answer and my reasoning is actually exactly the same as Simon's. It's death, and yeah, Mental Funeral gets the nod over Severed Survival, although both are obviously great. And yeah, that death album's just it's too cool, too classic, too important to the history of death metal to let that one go. So I will keep the death, and I will have a mental funeral for losing the first Autopsy album. I got there.
Well, I love Severed Survival and I love Mental Funeral. I think they're both. I think Mental Funeral, the songs are way better. It's this album is very slow and plotting and just heavy and twisted and sick. It's so good. I love this record. I love DeGorgio's bass playing on it. I love his. He also played on the Fiend for Blood EP, which is also really great. But man, we're looking at this here. Zombie Ritual, Denial of Life, Sacrificial, Mutilation, Baptized in Blood, Torn to Pieces, Evil Dead. I mean, they're God, this is, I like where Death went musically. I thought it's all good. He did not put out a turd. But this thing is such a great start, man. You can tell all the demos that went into making this material. The songs are so well written and his vocals are so fucking sick. So sick. He just Evil Chuck, man. He was a vocal treasure when it comes to death metal. I gotta go Scream Bloody Gore on this one.
Yep.
That's a tough one though. I do love Severed Survival. I love how sick that shit is. So twisted and sick. All right. You're back,
right.
Mr. Simon.
Did someone say Finland?
My heritage.
We got Tails.
That's good.
North from here.
Oh, you suck.
Yeah.
You suck so bad.
Yeah, that's a good pick. That's a good pick.
You suck.
Very different sounding albums, but
well, that's a different sounding album.
So folks, Melanie will be right back. Melanie, get better. Get out of the bed.
Sorry. I thought I did that when I touched the mouse and he went away. That was Alan putting him in timeout.
Melanie, where are you? When we need you?
Save me, Melanie, save me. All right.
Motherfucker. This is tonight.
I know where I'm going with this.
I know where I'm going with this. I'm going to go with Amorphous. I prefer the first Amorphous album to the second one.
Mm-hmm.
The first one is just great. The second one is great, just a little more frilly, a little more pseudo, death metal kids thinking they're prog. But I still love it. So in Sentenced, I love it. But man, Amok is my jam. When it comes to Sentenced, Amok. I love that record so much. It's so different and gothic and catchy and snarky and cool. I'm going with Amorphous on this one.
Okay. Alan?
He's got a twitch. His eyes got that twitch,
We'll be right.
You want some of my whiskey, Alan? I'm saving the next shot for something really, really disastrous.
I did not think this is the one that was going to break Alan, but here we are. Wow, he's really having a think.
I don't know if I should bring him back. He can bring his own damn self back. So
there's a thing here.
There you go. You could have brought your own self back. You know that, right?
I did bring my own self back.
No, you didn't. I did.
No, you didn't. I did.
You have supreme power. Anyway, go ahead.
We must have clicked it at the same time.
At the same time. Wow, we're completing each other's sentences now. That's how these old married couples go. Just wait till
Julia Roberts would approve.
Just wait till the parents start fighting.
Yeah, this pair sucks a lot. I have a lot of history with both of these albums. I got them around the same time, so I mean, I can't even lean on any of those kind of crutches. I'm thinking, but yeah, arguably my favorite album by both bands. And oh fuck.
You just got to dance on the graves, little sister.
Yeah, Muck is a good album too, but both bands have other good albums early on. They're different styles, which also makes it kind of hard to compare.
I mean, what other sentenced album sounds like this one?
The first 4 sentence albums all sound different.
Yeah, but what other Amorphous album sounds like this one? I mean,
none.
Well, again, they had stepped up a lot from Carillion Isthmus, and they changed a lot going into the next
first 3 Amorphous albums all sound different from each other. So I mean, it's kind of a finish thing. Yeah. Either you're a Nazi or you're doing weird shit with every album. That's kind of how Finland fucking swings. It seems these days. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Amorphous.
Hey, thanks, Alex.
Thank you. You bought me a minute there. Everybody, check out how cool.
Everybody applaud Alex for his bravery and kindness.
Nice long round of applause. Well,
that doesn't get you out of this, Alan.
I know it doesn't, but it buys me a moment.
102 people. Cheers. I'll drink to that.
102 people.
It's all because of Simon's beauty. We all know.
First off, I must say, Simon, I hate you right now. Second, shit, I love both these albums. These are both real top tier kind of albums for me. I am going to go with what I have played the most of.
Exactly, Jack.
So that's all I can do. In recent years, North From Here has gotten more plays than Tales from a Thousand Lakes.
It's a great record.
Yes, I'm going to keep North From Here, and Tales from the Thousand Lakes is going to be
Sinks to the Lake.
That just that stings. That's the worst thing that's happened to me tonight.
Oh, we're not done. We're not done.
Yes. So I guess I should say so far. But yeah, no, that was interesting. I would not have come up with that pairing, and I wouldn't have done that to you. I see how this relationship is developing. But yeah, I'll keep the sentence. But I love both those albums, and obviously for very different reasons. They're very different albums. But for whatever reason, Tales has not come off the shelf nearly as much in recent years as Sentenced has. So,
yep,
there we go.
It pains you because it's incorrect.
Bastard.
And I gotta say, if you like Sentenced Amok, check out the Black League. After Tenelli Jarva left Sentence, he started his own band called the Black League and continued on with the Amok aesthetic, but got a little darker and a little weirder. Very cool. It's not as good as Amok, but it's good. It's still really good. Same kind of Fields of the Nephilim type of metal vibe. Very cool.
Yeah. And also here, Uncle Max, actually, that is a very good Amorphous album. Even of their later stuff, that one is quite good. So no shame in liking that one. No shame there.
No.
Yep. And as far as as far as Jarve leaving Sentence, one of the funniest quotes I ever read. Somebody was reviewing what's the first album without him? Down, or is it the one after?
Yeah, Down.
Yeah, the review basically said, it's one of those, he's such an exceptional, musician. It's one of those rare cases where the band needed to recruit 2 guys to replace one,
right?
And they still fucked it up. And it's still
that Down album is it's kind of what Century Media was going for at that point in time.
Yes, it very much is.
It kind of, I don't want to say this because no matter how I'm going to say it, it kind of sucks. Well, I probably should just not say it then. We'll just say the demographic of fans have shifted.
Yeah.
Shifted genders. I probably shouldn't have said that either, but yeah, I mean, I like some of those records. They're catchy. They're okay. armchair suicidal, dreary bullshit, but
Yeah.
it's okay. It's okay. It's just not the three that came before it,
Nah. Down has a few songs on it I like, but
Yeah.
after that, I just do not care about what they did later on. It didn't work for me stylistically. But oh well. Let's move. Oh, is it my turn?
It's your turn. We'll see what you
Okay.
can do. Stick it to the man. Stick it to the man. What do you got? Exactly. Sentence tried to be the new him. You're right. Century Media's answer to him.
Well, I'm choosing Sentenced anyway.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. We perseverated on Alan's misery for so long. I thought you'd already gone. What is your choice? You went with Sentence.
It is Sentenced. Yes,
right on.
Chosen North from Here. For me, and I've said it before, Sentence for me is a 2-album band. I like Shadows and I like North from Here. Amok didn't do anything for me. Amorphous.
You just don't like to have fun.
Nope. You don't have fun down under.
There's no fun down there.
Now this thing is great and is one of the first European death metal things I ever heard, thanks to the Death is Just the Beginning Volume 3, I think it was, maybe 4, but whichever one had the video clip of Black Winter Day.
Yep.
And that might be its downfall because I've now heard that song so many times. It's still a great album, but when I'm thinking Amorphous these days, it's Caroline Isthmus or it's the Privilege of Evil EP. I rarely pull this one out. So, and then this Sentence is so completely different from the first album. I have to pick Sentenced. I love it.
You know what always bugged me about Tales?
Yeah.
I got used to it and I loved it. I love the album. But the synth sounds themselves are very frilly sounding. They don't have a lot of, they're not really it's not a really earthy prog tone. It just sounds very cheap Casio to me. The Black Winter Day, that synth sound is kind of break on the chalkboard type shit,
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, that's just my opinion. Anyway. Okay. Sorry to cut you off.
Not a problem.
Alan. Hey, Eric, what's up?
All right, let's see what to do next. Okay, let's hop from Finland over to Norway.
Oh dear.
And
dear.
couple of black metal.
I've got a lot of Norway coming your way. A lot of Norwegian black metal.
All right, well, let's see. We'll see how this one lines up. Sedricon, Nemesis Divina.
Oh, such a great record.
Or
here we go.
Ulver's Nathan's Madrigal.
Okay.
Have at it, folks. So yes, Ulver's Madrigal of Night, if you prefer that title. Sedricon's Nemesis Divina. Let's see. We've got Dizzy Dog voting for Ulver right away out of the gate. We've got Devin says, "God damn it, Alan." Now you know how I feel, Devin. Now you know.
Yes.
Eric is spinning jazz while we're talking about extreme metal.
Larry,
are you smoking a pipe and drinking some wine too?
Buffy has Sadricon. Hale has Ulver. Captain has Sadricon Ferocious. It is a very ferocious sounding album. Tom is picking Sadricon. Human Falafel is going with Ulver. Drunken Metalhead going for Sadricon. Eric having a side conversation.
What's up, Mike? How you doing, man? Long time no chat.
Let's see. Let's see. Ridicart leaning towards Ulver, though not two of his favorites. That's okay.
Hey, Mark.
Wade's picking Sadricon, and it's a tough call for him. Let's see. So, let's see. Gentlemen, would you like to ring in with your answers?
Yeah,
Simon?
I can do that.
Okay, go ahead, Simon.
That one's pretty tough, but I also can't recall the last time I put Nathan's Madrigal on.
Oh, it's so good. The riffs are so great.
Yeah, it is.
The sound is rough, but the riffs are great.
I mean, I remember the first time I heard that, it was obviously the rawest thing I'd ever heard at the time.
It's Garm's best vocal performance too.
Yeah. I'll give it that.
Scathing.
I tend to put on Bergtatt more often.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, that's actually why I didn't pick. I was going to use that, but that was one that I felt like if I make it Bergtatt, it's going to be too easy for people to pick. Maybe.
Yeah. I'm going Satyricon.
Okay.
4 Hex Sets is such a great track, and obviously Mother North is amazing. And if we have to, we have that bullet point that says we can't hear the song live anymore. That's like Mother North's the reason you go see Satyricon live. You got to get through a lot of that Black Nero or whatever and all that modern nonsense and like play Mother North, play Mother North.
Where's my burrito?
Free that bird nailed on the cover. Free bird. Free the bird.
Yeah, and bonus points for the the video clip where there's the 2 versions. There's the version you can watch with the parents around, and there's the version you watch late at night. And
stripper black metal.
Delicious.
Delicious.
So yeah, no, it's Satyricon for me on this one. The Nathan's Madrigal is great. I played it a lot when I was younger. There is not many things that sound like that Satyricon. There is a lot of bands that have tried the raw black metal sound. Maybe none of them approach this as it's pretty much one of the first in terms of that very thin, reedy sound. But no, I'm still going Satyricon.
Yeah, for me, those are 2 great picks. That Ulver album is. I remember when I got that promo, I was like, "What the fuck is this scathing, shitty sounding garbage?" But once I got past the sound and actually listened to those riffs, holy shit! What a triumphant, celebration of black metal. That album is great. But I gotta say, Nemesis Divina, man, the moment the sword comes out, the beginning with Dawn of the New Age, the reworking of Revelations text, Mother North, the whole, you got some Nocturnal Culto on guitar, Kvuldev or whatever the hell his name was on there. That I love Shadow Throne and I love Nemesis Divina. Those are 2 amazing Norwegian black metal albums. I got to go here with Satyricon. That's my favorite Satyricon easily. And that band, I liked some of Rebel Extravaganza. I saw them on that tour. But man, I listened to that album last year and it didn't hold up, man. It does not have. It did not have the staying power that Nemesis and Shadow Throne and even Dark Medieval Times to a certain extent. But for me, it's Satyricon.
It's interesting you say that because Rebel is the one I play the most.
Really?
Yeah, I loved it. When that came out the exact time I needed it to come out. It was very different. I
like it. It just doesn't have. They're starting to shift. That's a kind of a transitional album. It's still really good, but it is.
But the stuff after it wasn't anywhere near that album. They started to do the black and roll thing after that album.
That album with the snake is just not good.
I kind of like everything up to Volcano. That's the one with the snake. I like some of that, and I like some of Now Diabolical, and I can kind of call it a day.
There's some catchy stuff on Now Diabolical, but it's just not the same. That the self-titled is garbage. That is not a good album.
Oh no, it's rubbish. Tied in Bronze Chains on Rebel Extravaganza.
That's a good song.
11 minutes of just perfection. But anyway, we're not talking about that album.
No,
it's all good. Yeah, on this one, I would keep neither of these are albums I go back to very often anymore, but I would keep the Satyricon. No slight against the Ulver. It is very cool, but I don't go back to either a ton, but they are both very good albums. But I'll keep Nemesis Divina out of this pair. And then I'll pass it on over to Marty for his next pair.
Okay, let's go to some groovy death metal.
Okay.
Entomb kind of got the ball rolling and set a new style moving forward with Wolverine Blues, and a lot of bands in Sweden kind of went with it. I'm going to show this one. I love this record. It's just so catchy and fun. Grave Solace up against, I said, let's make it a US groovy death metal album that a lot of people like, and it's classic. Is it from the same era? It's what I can't read it in this dark and with whiskey in my system. My eyes are old and my liver is fucked. And here we go.
You're writing country
Bleed
music.
for Us to Live, Gutted against Grave Solace. Two very catchy, groovy, well-written, hooky death metal albums. You got the American side, you got the Swedish side.
Yep.
Thanks, Mike. My mom addresses me funny. Mark is going with Gutted. Alex is going with Gutted. You know what? I was going to pick Dismember, but man, I never loved that record. That album, that's the only Dismember album I really don't like. That's where Entomb kind of beat them. Was that I think Dismember had them beat all through the early years, and then when they followed suit with Entombed, it was kind of gross. They just didn't do as good of a job.
Francisco's picking Grave. John is picking Grave. Evan's picking Gutted. Let's see. Yep. Another vote for Gutted. Another vote for Yay Whiskey. Tom. Gutted. So yeah, okay. Pretty mixed up on this one. Some folks going for the Gutted, some for the Grave. Okay.
All right.
Yep, Baloney going for Gutted, Larry going for Grave, Cavendish Carnage going for Grave, Chris going for Grave. Okay, I think Grave's pulled ahead a little bit, but Gutted has held its own for sure.
Okay.
I was just flexing OG Press. I saw them. They were also really awesome.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Very cool.
That Gutted never used to be too hard to find. I got mine off Amazon only in like 2010 or something.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I got it out of a used bin back in the late 90s, and eventually they traded it away. Womp womp.
I will say that if anybody was curious, and if you have not watched Simon's channel, which a link is in the description now, original pressings on this planet, Australia is where all of them go to die. So if you're ever wondering if those original pressings are still available, yes, and Simon has bought them, and they're currently in his garage.
See what happens is, when like you move out and your parents get rid of your old heavy metal collection, they rotate around the Pacific Ocean counterclockwise and land on Australia, and then Simon sits there with a giant net and scoops them up and builds an amazing collection.
It's the Coriolis effect. So when Mum flushes it down the American toilet, I just collect it here.
It pops out the other side, and it's right there, and it's all good. So yes, we can literally scientifically explain why Simon's collection is so much better than most people's.
I think it's just a magic thing. Their toilets flush a different direction, so they spin different from here. So I think it's some sort of a toilet flushing magic that brings them all. Anyway. Let's make a choice here, Simon. You're stalling. What are you going with here?
Oh no, this is the easiest one for me so far today. Gutted by 1,000.
Gutted?
Yeah.
Okay.
1,000%.
Okay.
That Gutted's just bludgeoning.
It's a great record.
I hadn't actually thought of it as a groovy death metal. It's interesting that you say that. It's just more like pounding my fists against the meat and the carcass kind of death metal. That's that Gutted, and I love it for that. It's really, really good. That Grave, no real interest in that Grave. So
what?
Yeah, sorry.
Wow.
Grave is a 2-album band for me.
What?
What?
Alan, he's talking stupid things, so why don't you pipe in here and save this?
I'm picking the Gutted too.
Okay. Okay.
I have nothing against Grave, but I've never a band I really got blown away by. So they're one of those bands I don't mind, but there are a lot of Swedish bands I would put higher up the chain than Grave personally. And again, I'm not saying they're bad. I'm just saying they're not a personal favorite. So yeah, the Gutted is a pretty cool album. So Gutted for me here as well.
This album, this is I thought this is a good pick, but I got to go with Grave. I've got so much history and nostalgia with this album. The first 3 Grave records for me are great. After this, they put out that Hating Life garbage, and then they're reformed. They put out some good albums, but Solace is the last one for me that, I mean, the title track is so fucking catchy. I mean, every single song on here is just well-written, simple, heavy, bludgeoning, awesome, well-written death metal. I mean, this is too. It is. It's great. A lot of hooks on here. Death Before Dismember, so fucking good. Chock full of guts, nailed to the cross. Holy shit. I mean,
quick shout out to Larry, who's having to jump offline. So thanks for hanging out, Larry.
Hey, Larry. Thanks, man. See you later. So yeah, Solace for me. Tough choice, but I got to go with nostalgia, and it's fun to sit down and pick up a guitar and play along with that album. It's good.
You've been singing that album's praises recently. I think you showed it only a few days ago.
Yeah, I did. It's good. Good stuff.
Maybe I should revisit it. Just for you,
but you don't like to have fun. So we've established this, and it's a kind of a fun record, a fun death metal record. So I understand. You're back, Simon.
Okay, so this one might be difficult only for me. I think it's going to be heavily swayed in one direction. This could just be me. Storm of the Lightsbane.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Slaughter Sun.
Yeah.
Okay.
That probably, it probably will skew heavily in one direction, but that is is pretty tough.
That's a really good pick.
Yeah, and
there aren't.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Simon.
I'll just jump in early and say I'm picking Dawn on this one, which was very hard, but this is. I don't really have enough words for this one. There's a lot of actual emotional connection to this, things happening at the time that I got the album, so that's sort of entwined. So like listening to Falcula on this is a bit of an experience for me. This is just a bunch of really good songs, and they're very memorable. There's lots of good hooks, but I've still got the Somberlane. And yeah, sure, I've still got their first album, which is good, but not as I've always gravitated to this one. So I am going Slaughter Sun. Goodbye, Horsey. Goodbye. I'll have to listen to the Somberlane. So yes, what's the crowd saying?
Crowd leans pretty heavily on Dissection, which doesn't surprise.
I think it would be the case.
Yeah, I think you broke Mike. Mike is broken.
Yeah, it's
you can't.
Someone just said, Dawn is an incredibly underrated band, and they are correct.
They are.
Yep.
They are. And someone's saying First Dawn is better, and that's interesting. And it might be down to which one you got there first. I was exposed to the band with Slaughter Sun. I saw
it's so epic. It's such an epic.
I got
album.
it on release. I mean, this is the original Necropolis one. I picked it up in the shops.
Nice.
And I actually got Dissection after. So, yeah. And then the First Dawn I didn't get to many, many years later. The EP, the Dawn EP, which I will not try pronouncing.
Yep.
So for klinga plafloch hacha. I don't know. Slaughter Sun.
I can go if you need to ponder this a bit more, Alan. I can go. I hate to side with a guy that turned out to be crazy and an asshole, but it's a good pick. I mean, that Dawn is my favorite Dawn. I like the EP that came before it. It's really good too. They just had such a searing, their harmony, the melodies in the guitar were just so triumphant and lethal. I mean, they're playing like they wanted to kill you with their fucking harmonies. It's just really good. The Dawn is a bit long. It's a long album, but it's so well crafted. It doesn't really feel it. You don't really feel it, but that Dissection to me is God. What an album, man! What an album! You got Soul Reaper, Unhallowed,
Night's Blood,
Thorns of Crimson Death.
It's all great.
It took Somberlane and just capitalized on the songwriting. I know he went into Swano and said, I want to sound more black metal, but he didn't dumb it down enough. I mean, he did that with the black. He didn't dumb it, but that album is so good. It's just so good. I gotta go with Dissection. even though he ended up being a fucking complete idiot and awful person. But Dissection for me.
All right. I mean, yeah, Dawn is long. Slaughter Sun is long, but
it's a long album.
There's not a note wasted on that for me. Like even Malediction Murder is 11 minutes long, and I wouldn't take anything away from that.
Yep. But yeah, so Simon's managed to pick what are quite possibly my two favorite black metal albums and pit them against each other. Thanks, Simon.
You gonna boot me out again?
No. I think I spent all my anger on the last pairing, but yeah, it's a very tough pick. A lot of times, if you ask me my favorite black metal album, my knee-jerk reaction is probably Storm of the Lightsbane. Mm-hmm. If I have to stop and think about it for a minute or two, it comes down to these two usually. And yeah, everything, everyone's described both of these very well. The folks in the chat have made very, very good points about both these albums. And yeah, I can't really fault either of them. For me, on this particular night, I'm going to say Dissection is really, really awesome, but there are other melodic Swedish Black Death albums that are in that ballpark with Sacramentum and Somberlane and such. There's not much that has that same epic vibe that Slaughter Sun has. So I'm going to pick Dawn on this particular evening. I will keep it might be one of the only black metal titles I would keep over Storm of the Lightsbane. Okay. But I Slaughter Sun for me tonight.
I'm right there with you, sir.
That whole, calling the Storm of the Lightsbane a black metal album, I was never there. That came out during a time where Swedish melodic death metal was such a thing, and that album kind of swings into that, and the Somberlane. They both feel very melodic death metal to me. I know
it straddles the line. Yeah,
it really straddles the line well. I mean, I know the overall feel he was going for the atmosphere of black metal on that, but I don't know, man. It just never really clicked with me as a black metal album. But anyway. Who's next? Is it me?
Nope.
This Simon. I was excited for a second.
Nope. Try again.
Simon just put us through the ringer with that pair.
Shit.
Yeah. Come on, old man.
Too much shit going on.
All right. Where to go next? Oh, okay. Here. I thought this was an interesting pair, and it's actually kind of a little different end of the extreme metal spectrum. These are not really black or death metal bands per se, but they seem like an interesting pair to put together. We get into like a little bit more of the death doom kind of vibe here for a minute. Two classics, Winter, Into Darkness.
Ooh.
And let's pit that against Disembowelments, Transcendence into the Peripheral.
Well, I'm not going to do my next comparison then.
Oops. Apparently I stepped on some toes.
No, that's fine. So,
Winter's Into Darkness or the Disembowelment, Transcend.
I'm going to go take a whiz and think about it while you guys see what's going on in the chat.
Fine and fair. Yes, we'll see what our studio audience has to say about this.
We got one winter.
Dizzy.
Winter, 3 winter.
So yeah. Winter. A lot of winter early on. Human Fluffle vote for Eucharist. Okay. Disembowelment for Metal Neanderthal, though. Metal Neanderthal has not checked out Winter. Metal Neanderthal, yeah, you might like that one for sure. Yeah. Into Darkness. Ryan just says, ouch. Daring for Winter.
Riddick.
Eric sounds like Eric's going for Winter. Drunken Metalhead, Disembowelment.
Okay.
Raidcraft Trial of the Bow. Okay, yeah, the extension of Evan says, damn y'all. I thought this was kind of a cool pairing.
It's a good pairing.
Pretty kind of unique albums. And I wanted something that was, I did want to touch on some other styles besides just Black and Death tonight. I'm sure we got some trash in the tubes as well coming along. Carl has Winter. Jack says, Winter bores me to tears. Okay, so I guess you're not picking Winter, and that's okay. Let's see.
Yeah, it's a good pairing.
Tom's going for Disembowelment. Ryan says Winter today would have been Disembowelment though back in the day. All right, so yeah, fans of both out there for sure.
Yeah.
All right, Simon, would you like to chime in?
Yeah, I can chime in. But as I've abandoned my pick, my comparison, I was going to compare Disembowelment to My Dying Brides as the flower withers.
Oh, okay. No, that could be
I'm not going to do
too.
that. I'm not going to do that to us now. I think that would be an interesting pair.
You can if you want to, though. That was a good pairing.
It's okay. I've got an immense amount of stacks here. But if you think I'm not going to choose the Aussies for this, come on, Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. I am picking Disembowelment.
That is fair.
Yeah, I actually got both of these albums very close timing, probably sort of in the 97, 98. Both used bin deals. Both just picked up because they were in the extreme metal bin. I didn't know what they were. In the winter, I don't play that often. I mean, it's good. It's in the collection. I play it every now and then. I think it was a while ago. There was a stream. I think you guys did. It was about doom metal type bands and death doom bands. And that made me go put winter back on. But doesn't compare to the Disembowelment. That Disembowelment invented a bloody genre there. That's
they bended many genres into their music.
Yeah.
And like Eric said, he very efficiently nailed it. It was slow crust. I mean, that Into Darkness strikes me as just a slow crust record. I like it a lot, but yeah, I'll get there when it's my turn to talk. Sorry.
Well, yeah, I'm picking Disembowelment, and that's all there is to say on that. Marty.
Yeah, for me, it's Disembowelment. I mean, I really enjoy the winter. It's great. Slow crust. I love the feel of it. It's unique. But Disembowelment, the heart of their whole sound is very doom, but they inject the blast beat and a lot of other eclectic like world music influences in with it. They're such an amalgamation of all these weird styles, and they presented it in a very listenable fashion. It wasn't alienating. Typically when bands start throwing all sorts of mix into the fucking goulash, it could ruin it. If you put the wrong ingredient in, it could ruin the whole damn. But everything they threw into that mix on Transcendence and the Peripheral is, it's special. It's special.
Very special.
And it's an awesome snapshot in time. And, really them bailing after that was kind of the thing to do. I mean, do you do the same thing again? Or I know at Trial of the Bow was a thing. They went to, more world type music stuff on their experimental mix. I mean, I think they did. They had the EP and they had the full length. And I think that was good. I think that was probably good. Like, that'll do, pig type of thing.
Coming back to do these guys a long time later, was a good thing to do, leaving that gap.
Yep.
And when they came back to do Inverloch, they started. They called themselves Dusk with a lowercase d.
Yep.
And they were just basically covering Disembowelment. Then it slowly just turned into Inverloch, and the EP came out.
I don't have either of those. I need to get on it.
Them. They're really, really good. It's definitely spiritual.
I've heard them. They are good. I just
soon
listen to Transcendence. I just would.
There's ideas on this Inverloch that I think extend more from the Disembowelment. Like I'm not going to say that they're better. They've just learnt some things and then continued on. Yeah. And live, it's crushing. There's like 6 people on stage. It's crushing.
Yeah. What about you, Alan? What do you think?
It's interesting because let's see. I've had both forever. Winter, I play more often, for sure. It's gotten a lot more plays over the years. Disembowelment, I don't play it nearly as often, but every time I play it, I'm really blown away by it. Yeah. So yeah, it's a tough call on that. I guess based on number of spins, I would keep Winter, but everything folks have said about Disembowelment is absolutely true. And I like the way you described it, Marty. They really do have all these weird bits and pieces and styles mixed together, but they did find a way to make it work. And yes, that's the kind of thing that can go wrong really fast. When you start having too many styles and you don't blend them properly, That is the kind of thing that's a huge turnoff for me with a lot of newer bands, that they're trying to do too many different things in one song and it doesn't come together. And Disembowelment always found a way to make it work. So yeah, I'd hate to lose either of them. The Winter just gets played a lot more often, and so I think I would keep the Winter, even though either way you're losing a real great classic album. But I'll take the Winter just by a hair.
I always got to salute bands that try something new, but it only really matters when you stick the landing, and a lot of bands try shit and they might not be ready to experiment. They're just, I don't know, but Disembowelment did it. They did it. There's another band out there. If people like Disembowelment, there's a band here in the US called Spectral Voice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's got members of Blood Incantation in it, I believe. Their one full length that they put out here a couple of years ago kind of struck me as that Disembowelment vibe. Did they do it as well as Disembowelment? No, of course not. They didn't. But it's there, and it's appreciated. But anyway,
it's not quite as Funeral. It's not as slow.
Yeah,
it's a great album. It's a great album.
Yep.
Yeah, that is a cool. I like that Spectral Voice.
All right.
That was me. So, Marty, it would be your turn.
Okay, let's go this route. This is kind of a lame pairing. I struggled. I wanted to pick a newer band and pair it with a classic band that obviously influenced them. And this is the best I could come up with at the time. But we're going to start with Blood Incantation, Starspawn, everybody's favorite.
Ooh. What are you going to do to me? What are you going to do to me?
Up against Morbid Angel's Blessed Are the Sick.
Ooh.
Okay, that's an interesting pair.
That's a very interesting pair.
So, yeah.
Okay.
There's obvious Morbid Angelisms going on in Blood Incantation.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is the right album to have picked to go with it, but this is where I landed. So
no, I appreciate this. This is interesting. I know which way I'm going to.
Morbid Angel, are you kidding? Right.
I'm typing here in the chat for a moment. So let's see. Tom's also picking Morbid. Francesco's is picking Morbid. Cavernous is picking Morbid.
Oh, Petrux is picking Blood Incantation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that Morbid Angel album is over. There are some folks that that is not necessarily ranked that highly by some folks. So yeah, it was a good Morbid Angel album to pick. If you put this against Altars of Madness, there's not much of a conversation.
Absolutely.
Yeah, after Altars of Madness, which is kind of a perfect production, this Blessed Are the Sick, when I first got this, it kind of threw me for a loop because the production is so clean. It's such a clean, weird production, and all the the stuff in between tracks. But other than that, man, I love it. It's so good.
The drums are very odd sounding.
Thy Kingdom Come. Oh my God.
Yep. I know what I will do on this one as well.
It's a very tough. Very
it's tough. You think this is tough?
This is tough for me. Yeah.
Well, let's Alan go first then, while you sit there and soak in your own juices. What do you got, Alan?
Yes. Cry for me, Simon. Cry for me.
Your tears make us stronger and younger.
Now I just want payback for that whole sentence Dimorphos bullshit from earlier. This one's not too hard for me. Blood Incantation is very cool. But that is it's arguably my favorite Morbid Angel. It's up there with Altars. Now, some folks don't rank it as high. I really, really like Blessed Are the Sick. And part of that may just be that's the first one. Again, that was the album, that was a thing when I was getting, exposed to more extreme metal in high school. My grade level, we were just young enough to have missed Altars when it first came out. So when Blessed Are the Sick came out, that was the one people could pick up. But I really do like the album. I've revisited it just within the past 6 months or so and gave it a bunch of spins, and I was still amazed at how well it holds up. It's different from Altars. I just like the pacing of the album a lot. It's got a real cool, creepy vibe to it. The performances are really strong.
Yeah.
I like everybody's performance a lot. The production and sound is kind of different, but I like it. It's got at times it's kind of slow on the slower side, but still just feels very cool, very heavy. It's dark without being silly dark or evil dark. It's not being over the top or extreme just for the the sake of it. It just is a really solid all around album. So yeah, Blood Incantation, very cool newer band, but no way I would pick that over that particular Morbid Angel. Blessed Are the Sick all the way.
Okay.
What do you think, Simon? Are you going to upset the apple cart and go with new school over old school here?
Well,
you got that look in your eye. You've got that look in your eye.
Yeah, I'm trying to be pragmatic about this one. Of the two full-length Blood Incantation, that's my favorite.
Okay.
So Hidden Histories is great, but I do prefer Starspawn because Vitrification of Blood is outstanding, and live it was momentous. I don't know why they came to Australia. It didn't make any sense that they came to Australia just as that album came out. We don't get you don't come out here until you've done about 6 albums. So it was really weird. It was basically a demo band coming out.
Or your Kiss.
Yeah. And that Morbid Angel was actually the first one I ever bought. I found that in a used bin. I always liked it. Day of Suffering, Thy Kingdom Come. There's just standout tracks on that. But I'm usually playing Altars, or I'm playing Covenant, or I'm playing the Abominations demo before I'm playing.
I think that is so overrated. I'm so sorry.
Abominations.
Yeah, Mike Browning's vocals. I'll take Vincent all day, every day over him.
Yeah, I mean, I can accept that too. I'm going to go Starspawn and actually upset a lot of people, I think.
Wow.
It just makes sense to me because that album is one of my favorite modern bands. That is not one of my favorite Morbid Angel albums. So purely based on that, I have to pick Starspawn and miss out on, it's not every song on Blessed is brilliant. There's a couple of duffers. But if this was comparing to Altars or Covenant, the choice would be different, and I'd be very upset. But I'm not as upset by picking Starspawn over Blessed. So here we are.
Well, I have to go with Morbid Angel on this one. I like Blood Incantation, but man, I never listen to Blood Incantation. I never do. I never reach for them. If these two were sitting next to each other and this is all I had to listen to for the day, I would grab Morbid Angel every time. Oh, you get some respect. Dizzy Dog is saying respect, Simon. But yeah, it's Morbid Angel. I mean, I can't deny the history and the nostalgia with it. And this, I like Covenant, I like Domination, but this is the last truly amazing Morbid Angel for me.
Okay.
And yeah, this is good. God, what a dumb cover. The cover's dumb. And it really, I shouldn't go there.
Starspawn cover is dumb.
It's dumb.
It's arty.
Their logo's dumb.
Their logo rules. Bunch of sticks. It's great.
It's a bunch of sticks. And, the whole, we're metal guys with moogs. Never mind. I'm not going to go there. Oh, okay.
I know.
We're arty. We go boop, 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 boop. Listen, let's make an album. Boop, 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 boop. Anyway.
I like your Uncle Mac. I feel like I need to do the Simpsons thing and quickly put up the sign behind me that says, hail our new alien overlords.
All right.
All right.
To me?
1/3 of views will be saved. Liking Rotor does not equate to impeccable taste.
I can agree with that.
All right, Simon, you're back on the chopping block after that after that horrific
This
display.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you.
Yep.
Okay, so this is probably my favorite pairing that I picked tonight.
Okay.
It makes complete sense to me. They're from different, not too different locations, but their geography is a bit different. The eras are different. The genres are similar enough, and this one makes sense to me. I picked this because I was thinking of Ben.
So far, you've narrowed it down to 2 bands from planet Earth.
Yeah, I know. All right, so I picked this because I wanted to see what Ben's reaction would be, and we got Mike Seatown in the chat. I'm curious what his would be.
Hold on.
Ruins of Beverast.
Oh, you bet. I've got a Ruins of Beverast thing too. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, I did too.
Alice Seaman.
Yeah.
Great album.
Abigail, Opus 4. 2 Reds.
They're totally different bands.
Yeah, but to me, this feels very right together.
Huh, okay.
They both have an oppressive sound to them, very evil sound on both of them. This works for me. And I'm curious where people are going to go with it.
Let me check the track list on Opus 4. Sometimes Abigail albums run together.
I haven't listened to that Opus 4 album since it came out, probably.
Well, then you have your answer then.
Yeah. Got some ruins here, some ruins.
Okay.
Beverast, Ruins of Beverast. Mike is going Abigail.
Okay. Yep.
Abigail got really weird. Their shit got really complex and really hard to process.
They've pulled it back a bit now, but
have they?
Yeah.
The last one I heard is that I got an A5 book of the tan cover with some biblical shit on it. Yeah.
No, the last 2 they pulled it back a bit. It's not right back to Opus 4 level of just
Knock Thy Man is my favorite one, or Knock Thy Hymn, or whatever. That's my favorite one.
Yeah,
Selena
that was really
from Summoning on it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know my answer now too. I've reviewed the track lists.
Alan?
What do you think, Alan?
For me on this pair, I will take the Ruins of Beverast. I really like that one by them. Yeah, they were really hitting their stride with that album. It's just so dark and evil, but in a really cool, majestic, twisted kind of way. Again, not in a cheesy way or a one-dimensional way at all. For Abigail, Nocturne is my favorite, and I don't go back to Abigail very often, but when I do, it's usually the pre-Opus 4 stuff. And I don't know why that is. It's nothing against Opus 4. I think I just, I know those other, like Vroostrung and Orkblut. I know those better. Those are all things I got way back in the tape trading days. So Opus 4 is one that I didn't get way back in the tape trading days for whatever reason. Interesting pair, cool pair. I was trying to find something to do with Abigail myself for a pairing. I don't know if I ever got it worked into the list, but a really strong Ruins of Beverast. I will take that one. And Marty, I want to hear your answer, and then I want to run and grab something to drink.
I'm going with Ruins of Beverast. I think it's a much more interesting album. That's a good Abigail album. The band kind of, was it Supreme Satanic Art with the guy on the horse? Was that the name of that one? That is where Abigail lost me. They started to get a little weird and complex.
Okay, yeah.
And I can't remember that. I can look it up, I guess. Hold on one second. I'll do that while we Big Gore Metal. I don't want to give out wrong information.
Is it Channeling you're talking about?
Channeling the Quintessence of Satan is the one with the guy on the horse.
Yeah.
That album is just too much going on. I never really fully connected with it, and it was kind of the way I went with Abigail at that point. I liked them leading up to that. Yeah, thanks, guys. Ruins, they're weird, and they do it in a very musical, cool way. You know, they don't sacrifice the songs for weirdness. You know what I mean? It's just kind of cool how they work it in with their music, and it makes it interesting. Are all Ruins albums great? Nah. I mean, the newest one, you know, the Typo Negative influence on there, they kind of lost me on that big time. But leading, I mean, they've had a really good run.
Yep.
But anyway, yeah, I'm going with Ruins.
Okay. You should revisit Channeling.
I will.
I originally was in the same boat. I actually thought it sounded very flat, and I think the band thought it sounded flat because they re-recorded it.
They did?
Yeah, it got re-recorded or remastered or something. They redid it. But there was an LP reissue a couple of years ago, and I picked it up, and that made me listen to it again. And I've come right around. I think Channeling is a really good album. But we're not talking about that one. We're talking about Opus 4.
Yeah. I haven't spun it in so long. It's been so long.
Yeah, and the reason this pair came up, because originally I'm like, oh, well, this is an amazing album. You know, what can I compare to this to that has even a chance? And this was not the Abigor I was going to put against it, because this is not the one I go to. I actually go to Verwesting the most. I'm always playing Verwesting. That's got the most memorable songs. This one flows really well as an album, but I think Verwesting has the most iconic songs for me. But I was listening to it again this week, and it's just gone right up the top, so it became quite a hard comparison. That being said, I'm still going to pick Ruins. If I've got to lose that Abigor, I've still got the ones before it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've still got Ruins albums before this as well, but I think you're right when you say this is when they really hit their stride. This is, if they only did one album and it was this one, it'd be fine. This is probably their best. So yeah, it's Ruins for me.
Okay. Alan, you're next.
All right. Well, we promised folks we get into the more extreme side of thrash at times, so let's do that. A couple of old sort of underground favorites here. Let's do Canada with Sacrifice, Torment, and Fire, and let's pair them up against England, Onslaught, Power from Hell.
That's an interesting mix.
That's a good mix. It's a great pick. But yeah, I know where I'm going straight away. Wait a minute. Did you say Power from Hell or the Force?
I said Power from Hell.
Okay. That changes things drastically.
Okay. Yeah, this is interesting. If this was the Force versus Forward to Termination, I would have probably shot you.
Yeah.
Oof.
So
neither are top tier for me. They're both B albums behind the other two. They're both great.
Mm-hmm.
But that makes it easier.
People seem to, Some people like these two best. Some people like the other two best. So fair enough. I get what you're saying there, Simon.
I like the raw, brutal side of, particularly Onslaught on that album. But I'm always playing the Force. I rarely put that on.
The Force is perfect, man. I love that record so much.
Let's see.
They're still clinging to their punk side on Power from Hell.
Yeah.
Let's see. Lots of Sacrifice votes, but then
I think I'd be picking Torment and Fire on this.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna stake Sacrifice. Yep. That's the keep.
Yeah, for me, a Sacrifice. On this pick, if it was the Force, it'd have been a different situation. If it was Forward Determination, it'd been harder, but I still would have went with the fucking Force. I listened to Forward Determination and the Force around the same time equally.
Yeah.
Torment and Fire is a great record. I like Power from Hell. I like it, but like I said, they're still clinging to their punk stuff. Not saying that in a bad way. It's just they got so much better on the Force. Yeah, and Eric does. Yeah. Eric prefers the punk side, of course. I think the Force sounds like a neutered cash. I don't know if it's a cash grab. It's just a good record. I like that record a lot. It's so catchy.
The one after the Force is when it starts sounding like a cash grab to me.
Oh yeah. Steve Grimmett on vocals. Yeah.
I like that album, but yeah, I mean, it's another band with 3 albums that sound very different from each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. For me on this pair, for me with Sacrifice, Forward Determination, is the album.
Yeah.
With Onslaught, I can go back and forth. But with this particular pair, Torment versus Power, I want to keep Onslaught, Power from Hell. I like the I like that they have that punky vibe on that album. It's fun, it's high energy, it's raw, but still catchy.
Yep.
It's got sort of, it's almost like, a punkier version of Welcome to Hell. And it works for me. It's one of those albums, a lot of times when I go back to replay it, I'm thinking, I bet this doesn't hold up so well. And then I spin it a couple of times like, no, damn, this is still a really fun album. Torment is all right, but yeah, I always liked Forward Determination a bit better than Torment. So I will keep the Onslaught in this particular lineup.
So throw a hypothetical at you, Alan.
Sure.
On that topic. If you were to keep that Onslaught versus Artillery, Fear of Tomorrow, which I think is a good comparison. Because they're both very muddy first album, raw.
Yeah.
Both excellent.
Yeah. That's a good question. Let me pull up the Artillery.
Well, that's a band that really changed over the years.
Yep.
Yeah,
they're very much almost a power metal band now, and I don't see that
basically
in a good way. Let's see. Fear. Would I keep Fear or Power from Hell? Let's see. Time has come. Show your hate.
While you think about it, I will step out for a minute.
Oh, no problem. I think on that pairing, as a hypothetical, I think I would probably still keep the Onslaught, maybe. For me, I like the first Artillery, but By Inheritance is my favorite by them.
That's not how the game is played, Eric. I'm sorry. I refuse to answer is not the correct answer. I really liked the Artillery. I liked them up through Inheritance. Inheritance.
Yeah. Even some of the stuff after that is still good, but it's more in more recent years that they seem to have really kind of drifted into a different style. I remember it's been a long time since I heard it, but I remember Back being pretty good. And then after the next few albums, somewhere there in the mid 2000s is kind of where I lost track of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, when I've checked back in, like on X and in the, not in the trash, that's the compilation, the Face of Fear, they're sounding very different. Yeah, I think I'd still keep the Onslaught over the first Artillery, although I do like the first Artillery. The Onslaught one just always, every time I come back, I'm going to keep the Onslaught in that pair. I do like the Artillery, but every time I come back to the Onslaught, it's just a really fun listen. It gets several spins. The Artillery is cool, but there are other Artillery albums I like more.
All right, cool. Back to you, Marty.
All right. Well, I tried to think of a couple dark thrash type of albums. I needed to get one thrash in here because I think the remainder of my stack is going to black metal, mostly Norwegian, which is kind of crazy. But let's talk about Dark Angel's Darkness Descends, classic album, obviously. I'm trying to think something European that's dark, that's also considered a classic, probably around the same time. And I went with Pleasure to Kill.
Ooh.
Okay.
Both dark thrash records for me. Yep. One is very American, one is very German.
All right.
But same era, same vibe, same feel, same style. What do you guys think?
That's pretty easy pick for me on this one.
I want to chew on that one. I want to look at the track lists on both of those. The Dark Angel in particular, I haven't spun for a while.
People tapping out in the chat.
This sucks. I quit. Mike, you never did answer what you'd pick. Ruins of Beverast, or what the hell was the other one?
He just
I thought he did.
He did?
Yep.
I didn't see it.
I think he did.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
pretty split.
Yeah, it's pretty.
I'm not surprised because that's a really good pair, Marty.
Creator, that's brutal.
Okay, yeah, I have an answer now.
Mm-hmm.
I have reviewed the film and reached the verdict.
Simon, do you want to go first?
Sure. Okay. It's Creator for me. As you dropped it out of the screen. But Pleasure to Kill for me is I have more of a history of it. I've had that album since not forever. I probably got Pleasure to Kill around about 2000, but that Dark Angel is relatively new to me. I probably only first heard it 5 years ago. The whole band just missed me. It just didn't happen. I think it's really good now, and I've got it now, and I play it quite a bit now.
They got a lot crazier after. I mean, I like all their stuff, but after this album, they got really a lot of riffs, really riffy.
No, it's a good album. It's strong. It's not ingrained in my brain like Pleasure to Kill is. So it's Pleasure to Kill. Yeah. I got not much more to say. It's Pleasure to Kill.
Right on. What do you think, Alan?
Yeah, it's Pleasure to Kill for me as well. It's a good pairing, and both in that kind of savage, nasty side of thrash. The Dark Angel I like, but it's never been a go-to for me personally. I kind of came into Dark Angel at the wrong end, like you were saying, Marty. I came into Dark Angel with, what was it? Leave Scars or Time Does Not Heal?
Leave Time Does Not Heal is their last album.
Yeah, I came in with Leave Scars and then heard Time Does Not Heal, and it took a while to get back to the early stuff. So, yeah, Dark Angel, good band, but sort of a mixed bag for me. But yeah, that creator's got some real bangers on it. So I will take Pleasure to Kill in this pairing. What would you take, Marty? I know you're obviously a big Creator fan. Are you sticking to that, or
I'm sticking with Creator on this. I like both bands here. This is my favorite Dark Angel album. Like I said, I love Leave Scars. They start off with Death of Innocence. I think it's a great fucking crushing, hard hitting song. But the shoehorning in 50 riffs per song kind of detracts away from the song. I still like it. It's hard hitting. It's great. But Darkness Descends was their really good, solid, good songwriting. But Creator just hasn't beaten songs. I always preferred the German vibe when it comes to the thrash.
Agreed.
The European vibe was just darker.
Yep.
It just seemed more grating and sinister, and the vocals were always harsher, which I always liked. Whereas the US style was more yelled. It was just kind of a thing. I thought it was a good pairing, but I went into this knowing that Creator was my pick.
Okay. That's fine. Yep.
All right. Is that back to me?
We are back to you, Simon.
Back to you, sir.
Okay. Surprised this band hasn't come up yet. We're going to compare two shuns.
I think I know.
Pierce from Within.
That's their best album, by the way.
Okay.
Diabolical Conquest. Invitation.
Easy.
Yes, Marty. Yes.
Easy.
Okay. I'm curious where this one goes in the chat.
Let's keep an eye on that and find out. That's a good question. All right, chat. What do we think here? Wade is shopping on Amazon and picking up stuff
for Faith No More. No, for
see, Protex picks Suffocation. Okay, Suffocation's out to a
wow.
No Baloney is going to Incantation. So Incantation's on the board. More votes for Suffocation.
Wow.
Mike Seatown going for Suffocation. Ryan going for Incantation. Wade for Suffocation. Yeah, Suffocation, he pretty much running away with this one, it looks like.
Yep, that's what I figured.
Devin goes for Incantation.
Yeah, I mean that's the other option, as Devin says. I mean, Effigy of the Forgotten is absolutely classic.
Yeah, okay.
So,
yeah, Incantation's getting a few votes, but yeah, so Suffocation's got the chat trophy for sure. Marty, you want to tackle this one first?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Incantation on this one. When these albums came out, I was more on the Incantation side of death metal. I really love that Suffocation record. What killed Suffocation for me during this era, I've since then come around. I love Suffocation. But during that era, I started doing a zine. Every single demo I got in was a band wanting to sound like New York death metal. And it killed, it's like all the bands that, either they wanted to be Cannibal Corpse, they wanted to be Suffocation. And it kind of killed both bands for me. And it wasn't the band's fault. It was all of the people trying to, suckle off their creative teats. But for me, I love the Autopsy influence on the Incantation. I love Corchado's vocals on it. I love the feel of that record. I love the production on that record. I love Kyle's drumming on that record. Really, he's got really creative swing in his fills. I just always liked his performances. He's a great drummer. A lot of feel in his performances, which gives the music a little bit more of a organic vibe. But I don't know. I'm going with Incantation. Suffocation, that's their best album in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
It's so heavy, it's so good. But yeah, I'm gonna side with Incantation. What do you think, Alan?
I want to take Incantation as well here, as we talked about that album some earlier, and I really do like that one. Suffocation is one of those bands that I just missed back at the time somehow. For whatever reason, they didn't get a lot of attention where I was at. That kind of death, and it's strange. In hindsight, I really am surprised because that style of death metal was all over the place. The local college radio station and such. And they played, looking back, I think they played everything except Suffocation. So yeah, I kind of, missed them on first pass, and, I've revisited them some. I don't know their catalog real well. It seems fine. When I finally did catch on to them, I kind of had that little bit of the same problem you had, Marty, where there were so many bands trying to sound like that again, I was just like, well, this is just another band that plays that same style. It didn't necessarily click that this was the first band that was doing that and that these other bands were copying Suffocation, because I somehow missed Suffocation on first pass. But so yeah, I'll take the Incantation. Suffocation is one of those bands it's on the list somewhere, of things to go back, and revisit and see what I think of it now, since it's not something I've heard in quite a while. But so yeah, Incantation's a pretty easy one here, but it's maybe not fair just because I don't have the history with Suffocation most folks do.
Fair enough.
Right. What do you think, Simon?
It's Suffocation for me. Same as Mike. Pierced from Within was the first one I heard from the band. That said, Diabolical Conquest was the first Incantation I heard. And originally, I didn't like it much. It was too much. It was too ferocious. It wasn't what I was looking for when that came out. So I had to get into other Incantation later and then loop back around to it, which has improved it. It's made it more rewarding for me. But Pierce from Within was instantaneous and is always getting played. It's either that or Effigy I usually pull out. I could, if you made me compare those two albums, that would be, we'd need a longer stream because I couldn't. But this has got Depths of Depravity on it, so Suffocation.
One song seals the deal. Yep.
Yeah, pretty much. That can do it for me. And I love the cover art on that. It's fantastic. I don't know what's going on, but it's fantastic. Anyway.
All right. Alan, you're back.
I am back. All right. I wanted a pair, kind of like Marty was thinking. I wanted to try to find, something on the, more extreme edge of thrash, and I wanted to do a US favorite versus a European favorite. So This is the pair I came up with in that same vein that Marty did a moment ago. I chose Slayer, Hell Awaits, and I decided I'd put it up against Sodom's Persecution Mania and see what folks make of that. I think I know where a lot of folks will lean on this one, but let's see how it goes.
Okay.
So Hell Awaits versus Persecution Mania, and chat, help everybody out here.
All right.
I had to take a shot of whiskey on that one.
Okay, we got the Hell Awaits from Cavernous, and Frosty
I've got my
says
notes ready
Sodom.
for this.
Gavin's picking Slayer. Mike Seatown goes with Hell Awaits. Slayer for Scott. Pretux takes Sodom. Evan takes Slayer. A couple more Slayers. Francesco and Yacht both have Slayer.
God damn it,
We doing okay there? Let's see. Okay, yeah, Slayers are pulling ahead a bit, but Sodom is getting its fair share of votes. Glenn with Sodom, Tim with Slayer, Devin, Persecution Awaits. Okay. Interesting cover band idea. Alan's being kind of mean with these last two. Sorry, Baloney, but that's what they pay me for. Can't live without Hell Awaits, but I get to keep Nuclear Winter. Sorry, Ryan. That's not how the rules work. Okay, so yeah, Slayer, but not in a landslide. I wondered if Slayer would just sort of run away with this, but no, Sodom has staked a claim to some territory here for sure. So, gentlemen, are you ready to chime in?
I am.
All right, Simon, go for it.
Okay. On this particular one, it's Hell Awaits.
Okay.
When it comes to Sodom, I really like the ugly, Obsessed by Cruelty.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I go for Sodom.
Okay.
And the EP. Occasionally, Agent Orange. I rarely even remember, and this is probably heresy, I rarely even remember that Persecution Mania exists. It's just not in my canon of things I've reached for. And that's probably
you're kind of missing out there.
No, that probably is entirely my fault.
Christ Passion, what a great that's an evil Sodom record. It's so good.
Obsessed by Cruelty is an evil Sodom record.
Yeah, it's a sloppy mess though.
That's why it's good.
But it's a good sloppy mess though.
Yeah, it is a good sloppy mess.
Essentially proto black. I love it so much. But anyway,
it's like Julia Roberts. It's a good sloppy mess.
Oh, and we're done.
See, when I find a joke, I run with that fucker.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
but anyway, sorry, Simon. Back to you.
Hell Awaits, At Dawn They Sleep, Necrophiliac. It's Hell Awaits.
Fair.
Yeah. It's Hell Awaits.
Whiskey burps are the worst.
Yeah.
I don't pick those. All right, Hell Awaits for Simon. Of the first batch of Slayer albums / releases, oh man, I'm a big Show No Mercy fan. I'm a big Haunting the Chapel fan.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a big Rain and Blood fan, and I love Hell Awaits. But of those 4 releases I just named, Hell Awaits is my least favorite of the batch.
Okay.
That Sodom record is my absolute favorite Sodom record, other than the Motorhead cover, which is, I really wish they put another original song on there over the Motorhead cover. It works. They did a good job on the cover. It's just the album is so good and malevolent sounding. It's just a good evil German thrash record. They kind of shed the skin of the sloppy, beginnings and started to write really good songs. Yeah, heartburn. Stupid whiskey. Whiskey is so dumb. I mean, it does a trick really quick, but God, couldn't they make it taste better? Anyway, yeah, I'm going with Sodom, Persecution Mania. That's my go-to Sodom record. That album rules. I also like the EP a lot with My Atonement on it. That's really killer too. But yep, I'm going with Persecution Mania. You should check it out again, Simon.
Yeah, no, I will. I've got it here.
The title track, Christ Passion. I mean, there's some great fucking songs on there.
Okay.
Yep, indeed. Yeah, for me, I actually agree exactly with what you said about the early Slayer releases, Marty. Of those you named, Hell Awaits is my least favorite as well, even though it's got some obviously incredible songs. It's not
It
saying it's a
does.
bad album. I'm just saying I prefer the others more.
That EP, the Haunting the Chapel, Chemical Warfare, fuck me, man. What a great goddamn song.
Yeah. With Sodom, I kind of like both. I love Persecution Mania, but I do like, the earlier, sloppier stuff quite a bit as well. Obsessed by Cruelty is a really cool album that I've played a lot. Persecution Mania, if I had to pick one, I would still probably pick that one. After that one, I kind of lose interest in Sodom, at least for a long time. The albums aren't bad, but they just started feeling a little bit, I don't know. They kind of lost their special it factor after that for me. So I'd keep Persecution Mania in this case. If it was a different Slayer album, I might not.
Yeah, it'd been a different situation. If it was Show No Mercy, it would have definitely been different.
Yeah, and that's why I picked Hell Awaits. I thought that might be a more fair pairing here than putting it up against Rain in Blood or something like that. That might just be that might have been very lopsided. Okay, fun conversation on that one. So Marty, I'll pass it over to you.
All right. Let's talk about the birth of Viking metal.
Okay.
Bathory's Blood, Fire, Death. They hadn't fully Korthon hadn't fully embraced it yet, but it's coming. It's on here. There's that feel. He hadn't fully embraced the Manowar yet. But let's talk about a band that kind of spawned out of the Bathory tradition. Let's talk about my favorite Enslaved album, Eld.
So easy. Yep.
Blood, Fire, Death, or Eld?
Mm-hmm.
The master or the student?
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of looking at this. I should have picked Hammerheart for this, but I did not. I figured the Eld has got one song that's very Bathory-esque, the lead off track, and the rest of it's just kind of Enslaved. But yeah.
Okay.
Well, Mike thinks I did good this one. A lot of quiet. There's silence. There's silence has befallen.
Oh, I can chime in with my answer. That's easy.
Why don't you go ahead, Simon? What you got? People are going with Bathory, it looks like.
Well, I'm going with Enslaved on this one. Yeah, I far prefer Eld to that particular Bathory. I don't return to that Bathory that often. And I appreciate where that Bathory was going, but Viking Bathory is actually not one of my favorite things.
Oh my God! If I was a monkey and I had poop in my hand, I'd have thrown it. I'd have thrown it at you right now.
You can sift the fecal matter in my direction. I prefer Black Bathory.
I'm gonna shit in a box and here's your VCLT, Simon.
At least I'll get
blood on ice, Hammerheart. Oh my God!
See, nah. You're kind of reaffirming for me there. Like Blood and Ice, that's all right. Hammerheart, nah. Blood, Fire, Death is better than those two. But
Yacht Rock guys trying to get us all fired up. Requiem is Bathory's best album. Come on, man.
We can all agree with that. No,
it's decent. It's decent. Octagon is a complete fucking shimmering turd.
I'm going Enslaved on this one.
You're going Enslaved.
All the early Enslaved stuff for me is just top tier.
All right.
Yeah.
Alan, what do you think?
This one's hard for me because I'm okay letting go of either of them, to be honest.
Yeah, fair enough.
I have not heard either of these albums in a long time. I just looked back over them, and to be honest, I don't remember much about either. I had them both 20 years ago. That Bathory album to me was sort of a transitional album. They didn't really nail down the Viking stuff for me until Hammerheart. And so to me, I remember that album being a little confusing because it didn't really fit with the earlier or the later stuff.
Yeah.
And early Enslaved, I have tried so many times to like a lot of Enslaved stuff. I've revisited them, and they're not bad.
Even Frost.
They just don't stick for some reason. I'll play them a few times, but yeah, that's kind of good. Not bad. But after like a couple of spins, I move on to something else. And 6 years later, I'm thinking to myself, Man, I should probably revisit Enslave. I don't remember much about them. So I have no horse in this race. I just don't for that particular pairing.
In that case, pick Enslave so it pisses Marty off more.
Okay, I'll go with Simon then. We'll keep the Enslaved, sure. But yeah, honestly, I need to revisit the Bathory album. I'll give Enslaved another chance sometime, but it's just not I've tried so many times, and there's a song here and a song there I like, but they're just not. They've never been the band that it's never clicked with me, and that's probably bad on my part.
Fair enough.
So I'll side with Simon. He knows what he's talking about. Enslaved, yay, Enslaved. We'll keep them.
Well, the surprising thing here is I'm also going to side with Enslaved on this one. This album is my favorite. This is my favorite Enslaved album. And it's all because of 793, The Battle of Linsfarna. It's very Bathory-esque. Yep. It is so good. It is such a great song. And, I like older Enslaved compared to newer Enslaved. This is a great... Bathory is one of my favorite bands. This is a very transitional album. They're saying goodbye to the, Under the Sign of the Black Mark, and they're going to be embracing Hammerheart here soon, mixing Man of War with his, Metallica or whatever the hell he ended up doing. But can't deny how this is a classic. But man, this has just got a great vibe to it. Enslaved at their best. Love this record. I also like Below the Lights. I also like Issa quite a bit. Those are really great records as well.
Very, very good.
A very good record. The Fire Swept Clean the Earth. The first song is so fucking good. But the first song on here, the 793, is so fucking, it just, I wish it would just play for the whole 40 minutes. Just one long song in this vein. Obviously a definite nod to Quorthon, which is completely cool, and love it. Great record. Yeah, I'm going with Enslaved on this one.
All right. So a question for everyone, the chat included. Is there any Viking metal band in the history of Viking metal that hasn't done a song about Lindisfarne? I think it's required to get your Viking metal merit badge that you must have a Lindisfarne song. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just every freaking band seems to, it's one of those topics they just can't avoid if you're in that genre.
And guess what? I don't even know what the hell that is.
It was like I'm pulling this out of the back of my mind. It was like a monastery somewhere on the northern coasts of the UK that was raided by Vikings, and like
and they would pay them to go away. They'd come and ask for money, and they give them money, and they'd leave. Yeah.
But they, in this case, they showed up, and raped and pillaged and raped and all that. So it's one of these sort of classic, tales of Viking raid that's been just revisited ad nauseum over the years in that style.
Her soil is very fertile on her farm, Mike.
Lindisfarne it's like Dollywood for Viking metal fans.
All right, you're back, Simon. Boy, my shit's about to get really Norwegian at this point, so get ready, people.
Right. Well, I'll get this one out of the way then. This is the soundtrack of my youth. This is my 16-year-old ears right here. Absolutely. These are the copies that I've had since I got them when they came out. They were all I played for a very, very, very long time. Hypocrisy, Abducted.
Great record.
Yeah.
At the Gates, Slaughter of the Sun. Slaughter of the Soul.
Well, that's a great record too.
So I think it's a good pairing.
That is a cool pairing.
That is a good pairing. That's a good pairing. About the same time, I believe.
Pretty much.
Hypocrisy's maybe a year or two later, but not by much.
Yeah, this is 96. This is
At the Gates is 96.
Okay, 96.
Okay.
There you go.
All right, we got Devin Goes Hypocrisy here.
This has become a bit of a meme album almost to some people. Like,
yeah,
this album sucks. It spawned metalcore. Blah blah.
Well, it's like the Suffocation thing. Suffocation, Cannibal Corpse. You can't. It's hard to. It's easy to look at the creator of it and say "fuck you," but it's not their fault. They wrote a great fucking record. That record is kind of perfect. People say it's front loaded, but I don't know, man. I think it's a solid. I like the whole damn thing.
It's got some nauseas, like right near the end. That's a great track.
Yeah.
So this one's pretty hard for me. really.
It's a little front loaded, but yeah, no, it still has good stuff later on.
All right. What's everyone in the chat saying?
A little bit mixed here.
It's kind of mixed.
Hypocrisy is getting their fair share of votes.
The people that don't like Slaughter of the Soul really don't like Slaughter of the Soul.
Yeah, that seems to be a thing. Yeah. And I mean, that's a band, they haven't done themselves any favors with the reunion era albums in terms of, for when At the Gates disappeared, they made that, album. When they made that album and then disappeared, that was heralded as a big thing, and it grew and grew over time in stature. But then everyone's like, oh, if only they'd stayed around and made more. But then they came back and made more, and nobody really gives a fuck.
The first one that they did when they came back was okay, but then the two after are terrible, honestly.
Yeah, agreed. But
and he's lost his voice. He's
Mike is saying too. Yeah,
his voice has been fucked for a long time.
Yeah.
It was fucked on The Red in the Sky Is Ours. You listen to it, it's burnt. I don't know if they're rehearsing or playing a lot of shows, but his voice is fried on that. It's like he's struggling. I don't know.
I love the sound on Red. I know we've all had this conversation before, but
I'm not a fan of it. I bought that on tape when it came out, and I'm like, I don't know. The violin was stupid. What the fuck was that guy even doing in the picture? He shouldn't even have been on that album.
I don't
know. People love that stuff, and I think that's their best album, to be honest.
Okay. Are you picking At the Gates then?
I don't know. I'm conflicted. It's a good pick.
It is a tough one.
It's a good pairing. I think I know what I'll do on this one.
Well, you go, Alan.
I can go first here, sure. I will keep the At the Gates. It's a great Hypocrisy album. There are other good, that's where Hypocrisy, is definitely they found their template, that they're going to go with. And there's variation between albums, sure, but there are other Hypocrisy albums that are also very good. That I feel like it's another one of those situations where I feel I can miss one in that streak of albums they did through the late '90s into the earliest 2000s and be fine. But yeah, the At the Gates, that's the pinnacle of their career. Yeah, and like Marty said, it's not their fault that a bunch of mallcore kids also listened to it and said, "Hey, I want to do that too," but in a way that sucks.
With raven hair, wings, and super tight pants and white belts.
Yeah. Hey, somebody's got to shop at Hot Topic. What can I say?
They didn't make it to the mall for not selling stuff.
But yeah, joking aside, yeah, I do like it. It's a very fierce album. It's a very tight album. Yeah, the first the A side. It's not that the B side is bad, but the A side, it rolls really good track to track to track. It's really really ferocious, and so yeah, definitely keep Slaughter the Soul for me on that one.
All right.
It's tough because that's probably the best Hypocrisy record. I mean, Roswell 47.
Yep.
Even the intro, that old English, UFO sighting, put to
sounding,
immortalized on fucking album. It's great record. It's atmospheric Hypocrisy realized, and they wrote it, their entire career, which I can listen to other Hypocrisy records that sound like that one. At the Gates, for me, that's their best one. I mean, I don't know. At the Gates, man. That was the record. It's a record. I saw them on that tour with Dissection and Morbid Angel. What a tour. What a show.
Wow.
I got to go with At the Gates on this one. Right. It's tough. It just is because that album, the riffs are fucking immense. It is such a well-written album, and it's so riffy. It's so every song has got a hook that just sticks with you, and that's great.
It's very hooky album.
Very hooky album.
The Hypocrisy is pretty hooky as well. It's got a bit
really atmospheric. Yeah.
Okay, so you're both picking At the Gates.
I'm going with At the Gates. What do you think?
Abducted.
It's if At the Gates had better albums, I would have, or albums that were just as good, I would have probably went with Hypocrisy as well.
I guess it does come down to how you feel about the early stuff. But I mean, at the time, if you made me pick when I was 16, it would have been impossible. But now, I still listen to Abducted, and it still sounds fresh, and tracks like
does.
Killing Art are just menacing.
Oh, such a great, crushing song.
You know, and Carved Up. It's great, but some of Slaughter of the Soul sounds quite poppy, and that's not a problem. But I just want to go and listen to Alpha the Gates a lot more. So Red in the Sky comes out way more often. You know,
so boring.
It's not. It is so good. Oh my god, Red in the Sky is so good. But you know, this is the hypocrisy that started it for me. You know, the first two I like; they're really good. You trying to fist fight me?
Oh, he wants to fist fight maybe Peter Tagrin, I think.
Yeah, I think it's Peter.
Peter
Tagrin.
Well, that's I mean, we know what Ben's thoughts are on this.
Yeah.
The production that he put on Abducted, he put on the next 85 albums he ever touched.
You know what? I get it. I mean, this is the board he bought. He bought a new board, and that's the sound you're getting out of the board. And it's your, you know, people go to you for that sound. It's just the way it is. And the sound is really modern.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of things that discredit everything I've ever said. It isn't just my dislike for it. And I don't hate the album. When I bought that album when it came out, I was underwhelmed. Elf's riff writing is really bizarre.
Yes.
And it kind of repels the listener. It takes like a special person to really like say these riffs are cool. I mean, they're just so atypical, which is great. And Tampa's vocals are fucked on that album too, man. He's had a long history of shitty vocals, but
the way I look at the Red in the Sky, if you approach it as it is a black metal album, approach it with that thought.
Black metal album?
Approach it with that thought. Not that it is, but its production.
His vocals are way better in Grotesque. Way better in Grotesque.
Production in those vocals. It's so thin sounding. He sounds manic, crazy vocals. The guitars are weird. I love the guitars.
He sounds desperate and manic. I will say that.
Yeah, which takes me into the, you know, think of it like a black metal album that's actually a death metal album. Go listen to the track Windows again. It's awesome. Anyway.
Kingdom Gone, man. That song always bugged the crap out of me.
But that's on the same, like, you know, Kingdom Gone versus Roswell 47. Like, you've heard all of them 1,000 times.
Yeah.
Same as you've heard, you know, Blinded by Fear 1,000 times. But anyway, Abducted.
All right. That was a good pick. Good one.
Yep.
All right. And it is Alan's turn.
Okay. Let's
fucking
do a
whiskey.
little.
So stupid. Heartburn. If it didn't give you heartburn, it'd be a lot better. Maybe if I drink more of it, it'll be better.
Get better with heartburn, so I think that's a pretty.
Maybe if I drink more of it, it'll be better. You think?
I tell you, plead the fifth.
I can't contribute to what that might entail.
Oh fuck!
If you go there, you go of your own volition, sir. No cajoling from me.
I can sleep in tomorrow, so fuck it. All right.
Let's do a Norwegian black metal pair. Two of sort of the big classics from two of the big bands, just to see where folks fall on this. Mayhem, De Mysteries, versus Emperor's Anthems.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe I have no idea where people will fall on this one. It's just kind of a lot of folks would hold those as the pinnacle for both bands. So let's see. Mayhem, De Mysteries, Emperor, Anthems to the Welcome at Dusk. Everybody have fun. It's fun to have fun. And what does the chat say? Cavernous.
There's really actually
Mike takes Emperor.
Euronymous wrote the main intro to Anthems.
Oh.
A little bit of a crossover there.
Scott's taking a pass on this one. Too difficult. Next. Okay. Back and forth so far. Devin takes Emperor easily. Not a Mayhem fan, really. But Frosty then takes Mayhem. Scott jumps back in and says Emperor after all. Wade goes Emperor. Carl goes Mayhem. Baloney goes Mayhem. Cine goes Emperor. So very back and forth on this one. Kellen's got Anthems. Nikki's got Emperor. Captain, Captain, didn't catch what you had. Drunken is going Mayhem. And an Emperor. Yeah, it's pretty split out there, which not too surprised. Again, really didn't know. I mean, this could have leaned heavily one way or been split. I really didn't know what folks would do. Marty, Simon, anybody ready to chime in?
Looks
I'm
like
ready.
Marty's still digesting. No, he's awake. Okay.
I'm
You
ready.
go,
Marty? Okay, Marty, go for it.
Both are eternally classic albums, but you cannot deny the superior musicianship and songwriting skills of Emperor in this one. For alone, the song "With Strength I Burn" and that part of the song where it says "Where the wolf is no longer free," that key change right there is just the fuck yes moment of this whole album. That key change gets my nipples hard just thinking about it. They're fucking hard, and it isn't the whiskey. It's thinking about that riff in that fucking song.
I don't think whiskey typically gets things hard, Marty.
At my age, nothing gets things hard.
Not even Julia Roberts.
Nah.
I'm going to keep running with
it. A Halloween album?
No. Andy Darris, yes. Julia Roberts, no. That sounds bad to say, but it's probably true. It's probably a little true. Yeah, I'm going with Anthems. I'm going with Anthems all day. That album is fucking superior. Great. Probably one of the best fucking Norwegian black metal bands ever. Yes, if my nipples were on the board, you would choose them. They're a little hairy, but man, they are life sustaining. Anyway, yeah, Emperor.
Yeah. While it's a shame to lose Buried by Time and Dust, it's Anthems all the way. I got that Anthems within months of that At the Gates and Hypocrisy. Like, it was all around the same time. It was the first proper black metal album that I had. Like, I had a Dimmu Borgir album, but that you're not going to call that a proper Enthroned Darkness Triumphant. It's not particularly a proper.
That's a great record, man.
It is, but
it's a great record.
Anthems. That's the pick. It Trim's drumming destroys Hellhammer's drumming. It's such an immense sounding album. The video clip is hilarious. That it either adds or detracts, depends how you want to look at it. I've listened to it way too many times. Mayhem. There's a couple of songs on De Mistress that you could do without. It's not by any means a perfect album. It's a great album. But there's nothing I would change on Anthems. And then seeing them play, they came out to Sydney and they played Anthems in its entirety. I was just the right level of drunk for that. And I was right at the front. And all that did was solidify what I already knew. It was my favorite black metal album and my favorite Emperor. And yes, to Eric's point, I would far more these days play Wolf's Lair Abyss. I play Grand Declaration of War more than I play De Mistress.
I gotta say, man, there's no understating how great Attila's vocals are on De Mysterious.
Oh, yeah. That is the real
everybody like fucking strokes their little dicks over fucking Dead.
Nah.
And I'm sorry, man. I love that Attila comes from the fucking Nivik Ogre Skinny Puppy school of thought. He even has an industrial band that is a dumbed down version of Skinny Puppy, but man, I love Attila's vocals on that album in particular. He's great on that.
I think he is what makes that album.
Yeah, he's like unlike any other black metal singer in all of black metal, even today. But even more so on that album. Attila's exactly cavernous. Attila's the man. I love, he puts so much feeling and uniqueness into that album. I like the songs. They're well written. They're really good. I even like Varg's bass playing on it. He's simple, but he really nails the high points and, does little things here and there. It's a great record, but man, you just can't put it up against Emperor. It's like bringing a fucking I don't know.
Yeah, I completely agree. That Anthems is superior in every way.
What do you think, Alan?
I have weird thoughts on both these albums. I agree with everything folks have said about Day Mysteries. There are some songs on there that are non-essential. Attila steals the show.
Oh, totally.
He is the highlight on the album, and it is a highlight in black metal history.
So does the guitar tone. The guitar tone is really good too.
It's a good sounding album. It's if people aren't paying attention, they might mistakenly think of it as like another one of those sort of lo-fi early Norwegian black metal albums, but it's not. It's really not even close. No, it's got a good sound overall. And everything Simon said about Anthems is true. It is a musically superior album. It is better it is better musicians writing better songs, building a better album. My problem with Emperor, I'm going to, I'll jump to the end and then back up. I'm going to keep Mayhem, and I'm going to cut the Emperor loose. And the reason for it, it's nothing really against the album. I was into Emperor well before Anthems. I got, Night Side Eclipse was one of the first black metal albums I ever bought. And I'd even, I'd got the Hordane's Land thing and all that. So, then, by the time, Emperor was coming back, there's this huge hype about Emperor's return as they got ready to do Anthems, once, guys were, back, in society and reformed and all that. I bought it as soon as it came out. I played it a lot. I liked it. I got very, very burned out on listening to everybody and their mother and their dog suck Emperor's dick about that album. People ran it in the ground for me and kind of ruined that album a bit. Because again, I had the album. I liked the album. It wasn't like I got it and didn't like it. I was like, yeah, okay, this is a really good album. Personally, I liked Nightside better, but I admit, this is a better composed album. But just the non-stop parade for a couple of years, and it continued for a couple of years, and into Nanos Equilibrium and stuff. People just treated Emperor, like they were the John Lennon and the Beatles of black metal, and I got so sick of hearing about Emperor that it would make me bristle. Just like, go away. Let me enjoy it and quit making such a huge fucking deal about it. There are other bands to talk about besides Emperor. And I've always had a little bit of a problem, getting back into those later Emperor albums because of that. It's just a weird mental thing on me. It's no reflection on the music. But I still I think about that. As soon as someone mentions one of those, late 90s Emperor albums, I can hear it's like the scenes in the movie where the character, starts to have, the traumatic flashback and all the images are swirling in front of their mental eye of, all these clips and people just like, they're the best. Oh my God, the Lords have returned. It's just like, fuck.
Dude, listen to Strength I Burn, that key change. The wolf is no longer free. Oh, I'm not making any disparaging remark about the music on Anthems whatsoever. Just the fact that people kind of ruined it for me, and as such, I can do. I just don't want to. If I want to keep one of the two, I'm going to keep Attila's performance and enjoy that, because that one I don't have that same effect with. While people hype that album a huge amount, I didn't get this concentrated, 3-year dose of nonstop Emperor worship from every fucking person on the face of the earth. I can listen to him and enjoy it. Those Emperor albums it still needles me a little bit, obviously. So, nothing against the album. It's just against how the album got so hyped and put on this crazy pedestal. So that's my rationale. All right.
Yeah, makes sense.
All right, we're back to you, Marty.
Well, since we're talking about Emperor, let's boil it down to the essence here. Which one of these is better for you? Nightside Eclipse or Anthems of the Welcome to Dusk? Which one are you keeping? Which one are you reaping?
I've got an answer.
I think you know Alan's. Okay.
But yeah, it's a good question. It's a good pairing, and people maybe
You've got them still clinging to their cult era with a drummer that's an obvious fucking shithead, and you got a much better drummer on this with a hell of a lot more.
You made your choice.
Yeah. Yep.
Freudian slip there, or possibly a Jack Daniel's slip there.
Traverse City straight bourbon whiskey, Michigan straight bourbon whiskey.
There we go.
Fucking
Let's see. We've got votes
I'm so dumb.
Yeah. Scott picks anthems. Tom picks Nightside. Evan picks Nightside. Scott picks anthems. Mike is still going for anthems.
This is some Sophie's Choice
Wade,
shit.
Keep Indeed it is. Indeed it is. Yeah. Okay. So you're pretty split in the chat. Yeah, I gave my answer inadvertently with my last little tirade. So we know.
So neither is that your answer? Is neither?
Oh no, Nightside all the way.
Nightside, okay.
Easily Nightside. Right. But be interested to hear Simon's answer.
No, it's still anthems. And okay. It's for the same reason that you don't like anthems, Alan.
Okay.
Not that I was it was being hyped to me or anything, but it was my entry for Emperor. I hadn't heard Nightside, so I started with anthems.
Gotcha.
It was one that came out when I was discovering what is this black metal thing. I don't even remember how I got onto it. I think somebody might have taped a song onto a TDK for me. But yeah, Nightside's got great tracks on it. But you can also draw the card on this one that the best of those tracks is on the split with Enslaved. So I still get I Am the Black Wizard, so fuck you, Marty.
So you're going with anthems. Okay. Alan's going with he's going Nightside.
I'm going Nightside.
This is a tough pick because both of these are excellent albums. God. If I could never hear one of these albums again, it would kind of suck because both these are great records. I really
let me help you here, Marty. On the EP, you also get I Am the Black Wizards, Wrath of the Tyrant, Night of the Graveless Souls, Cosmic Key to My Creation Times.
And I gotta say, the Wrath of the Tyrant demo, even though it's pretty crappy sounding, the songs on those are great too. I mean, it's a great demo. It's a great fucking demo.
It's great.
And, they really perfect. I mean, having the polished, man, this is really kind of dumb, but this album, I think, has got to live just because these songs are so catchy. You got the weird wizard fucking lyrics on here from Mortis still hanging in there.
Nikki found the answer.
I love both of these albums. It's really hard to choose because this is a humongous. They took where they came and really put it into a masterfully composed album. This is just they're still clinging to the necro a little bit, which I like. I really like the necro. And I really like how catchy these songs are, even though Isan's vocals are very unhinged.
All right.
It's a tough call, man.
Are you picking Nightside?
I might be picking Nightside, but it could change. It could change in a week. It's one of those things. This album is far superior in composition. Yeah. It's so much more complex, but they did it. They wrote a very complex technical album, but they made it very memorable and very it's very orchestral in the way they, there's layered all the guitars and shit on here. I gotta go with Nightside just for the cult factor. They're still clinging to the cult. The songs are fantastic, and it's a dumb choice. It's dumb.
I like that you can pull a technicality on this one though. You can have With Strength I Burn in one hand and still have the best tracks from Nightside on the EP and the demo.
It's true. It's true. But the EP does and the demo doesn't have Beyond the Great Vast Forest
Sure.
Towards the Pantheon.
Yeah.
Burning Shadows of Burning Shadows of Silence. Fuck, man.
All right.
I don't know. It's a tough call. I mean, thankfully this isn't for reals, and yeah.
Okay.
It feels like a dumb answer right now because the demo, the split's the first thing I heard from them. And what a great fucking first. It was like kind of a jaw-dropping revelation when I heard that. But God, these are so perfect. After this, I mean, I even like 9 Equilibrium, but they started to lose me on that. It started to become more Eson. I don't know if Samuth brought the more simplistic cult riffs. Maybe he did. I know he went to prison for a while for burning down a church. And Eson had kind of assumed the role of a songwriter. And then Prometheus is great, but I never listened to that record, ever. I never listened to that fucking record.
Folks have been chatting about Prometheus quite a bit in the chat with different opinions on it.
Yeah, I mean, Faust, I mean, what a fucking asshole. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and you hate to defend art made by fucking assholes, but I'm going to do it again here soon, so get ready. All right. Simon, while you're talking for a second, I'm going to go wee-wee, so I'll be right back.
Let's see. Right. Yep. I think this will be pair number. Yeah, just out of curiosity, Simon, how many do you have a certain number of pairs left that you want to get through? We're up on
I'm happy at any point.
Okay.
If you need
this is going to be this will be our 10th, and we're at the 3-hour mark.
I still have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 more picks. We can go through them quick, but
yeah, I mean, I've got several too, but I mean, we also may want to. Yeah, we're kind of getting to probably a good place. Anyway, go ahead, Simon. What you got next?
Well, okay, I can do this one. We're in black metal, but we're in Sweden, and we're the second album from both these bands. So this is an interesting one, I think. Necrophobic, Dark Side.
Mm-hmm.
Marduk, Those of the Unlight.
Oh, okay.
So we're both in Sweden, black metals, and sophomore albums.
Yeah, Marduk was another one I kept trying to find a pairing I liked for tonight, and I never quite landed on it. So I'm glad you did.
Yeah, this one made sense to me.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Both, again, have not played either of those in a while, so let's take a
quick... Yeah, and that's the thing, is that neither of them are ones I gravitate to like every other minute. They're both really solid, but they're also not my go-tos of either band.
Let's see what we got. Yeah, the Marduk I kind of remember. The Necrophobic has been longer. Black Sun, Spawn Vehicle. Okay. And then the Holy One. Okay. Let's see what the chat is.
Even split so far.
Let's see. Scott says interesting. Yeah, Scott for Marduk. Necrophobic for Eric.
Mike is correct.
Another Scott's got Marduk.
Panzer Division is the best Marduk.
Well, I think a lot of folks would agree with that. Yeah, Mike Seatown likes this matchup, and he's leaning to Marduk. Andy's got Necrophobic. Yeah, Mike, this is go-to is Panzer Division Marduk. Baloney's got Necrophobic. Ryan's got Necrophobic. A lot of Necrophobic fans. Chad never heard of Necrophobic.
What?
Let's see. Eric likes Nightwing best among Marduk.
Nightwing's good, but I put it on only this week, and I really felt the Peter production on it in not a positive way. Really
Fair.
On that album.
Fair. Let's see. All right, Marty, did you hear this pair? Have you been pondering, or did you miss it?
I saw Necrophobic and
Dark Side.
Those of the Unlight.
And yep.
Dark Side. So second album for
Dark Side. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I know where I'm going. Right off the bat.
Where are you going? Right.
Go for it.
I gotta say, I interviewed David Parland, Black Moon Parland, back in the day on the phone for Wormgear Zine when they put out the supergroup called War.
Yep.
Yep.
With Peter Tegrin, who else was in that band? I can't remember who played drums on that one. The guy was a fucking moron. I'm not gonna lie. I hate to speak ill of the dead, but not a real bright guy. He was a decent riff writer. I called them on some of the racist lyrics in the on the album, and it was actually a phone interview. And I let him. I didn't let him off the hook. I did not write those lyrics. It does not mean what you think it means. And I just wouldn't let it go. And he was squirming hard. It was so funny. But I think the Nocturnal Silence is my favorite Necrophobic album. That album is fucking great. Great. Dark Side. Mm-hmm. You could tell he's trying to incorporate some of the dark funeral shit in there. They're trying to get a little bit more black on that record. Some good riffs on it. It's a decent album. I prefer Nocturnal Silence. I'm going Marduk on this. Mm-hmm. I will say Marduk, Again Shall Burn, Heaven Shall Burn, We Are Gathered, and Panzer Division.
Yes.
That album, Panzer Division, is a short ass ripper of a record. It's a good road trip album. Yeah, there's some shit on there. N-word and kike stay away type shit. There's that lyric is in there, and I called him on. I actually repeated that back to him. I did not write those lyrics. I'm like, yeah, but your name is on it, man. You're represented by. Oh, do you know it does not mean what you think it does? And I'm like, well, why'd you fucking say it then? Oh, I did not write those lyrics.
Let him have it, Marty.
It was fucking pretty funny. But anyway, yeah, for me, it's Marduk. They're a great band. Kind of a one-trick pony. I'm not gonna lie. Marduk's kind of for me a one-trick pony. They I was always more of a fan of the Norwegian sound, the all strings being picked while they're playing the chords. Swedes were a little bit faster, a little more precise with those melodic melodies. I do enjoy the hell out of early Marduk, but Again Shall Burn, or Heaven Shall Burn, and Panzer Division are my two favorites by that band. But anyway, enough. Marduk for me.
Hello?
Marduk for me as well. It's not my favorite Marduk album, and Marduk, good band. I've had a lot of their albums over the years. Not one I go back to real often, though. Like Marty said, that sometimes they feel a little one-dimensional, even though there is, if you stop and pick them apart, there's changes through the albums. But I do like this one. It's got one of my favorite Marduk tracks on it, Wolves. I always liked that one quite a bit. I see Marduk playing a little just kind of hole in the wall place here in the southern U.S., which that was a thing.
Wow.
And yeah, they after it was, I'm sure it was in their set list anyway, but I screamed Wolves at them all night, and they eventually did play it. So I'd like to think that I got them to play it. So yeah, nothing wrong with Necrophobic. It's been a long time since I heard that second one. Like Marty, Nocturnal Silence was the one that I played a ton of.
Oh, such a great evil record. It's such a great death metal record, melodic death metal record. And not even that melodic, it's just good.
Yeah, and I never thought of it as like an overly melodic one. As a random thing, I'm pretty sure Necrophobic, that was the very last like new off-the-shelf cassette tape I ever bought. That after that, I only was buying CDs. And it was just that we stopped at a record store literally before I was going out for like 6 weeks of field work out west. And it was picking up a few things. They had, let's see, Amorphous' Elegy on CD. So I bought that and quickly had to run it off onto a tape because we didn't have a CD player to take with us. The car we were taking only had a cassette deck. But they had the Necrophobic only on cassette. They didn't have the CD. So I was like, well, hell, that's fine. We need stuff to listen to for the next 6 weeks anyway. So I grabbed that on cassette. And I'm pretty sure that's the last time I ever bought a brand new cassette tape. Other than, some band, putting out a demo here or a demo there. It's the first time I ever went to like a real record store and bought a cassette tape for $9.99 in the cellophane. So that's my random little side bit. And
Yacht Rock guy was asking if you saw them at Ground Zero.
Yes, it was Ground Zero in Winston-Salem. That's right. It was a very small crowd. Me and a buddy from Michigan was down visiting, and we stood in the back, and the band was doing good, and boy, nobody was moving. It was the one time, I actually started shit at a show. Matt and I decided we're going to make some people in this crowd move one way or the other. And so, yes, we started shoving and pushing, and folks got into it very quickly. So I'd like to say that you could almost see a little bit of relief on the band's face. Like, oh, thank God, somebody's finally moshing and moving around a little bit. They're not just standing there with their hands in their pants anymore. But yeah, it was at Ground Zero in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. That would have been around. It's probably the Panzer Division Marduk tour. I don't remember for sure. It may have been a year or two later.
Okay.
So there we go.
Marduk.
What do you think, Simon?
Honestly, this one was. I don't really know where to go with this one. This was and not in a this is a tough choice. This is a coin flip for me. I did this one to sort of throw the chips out and see what the Seagulls did.
Mm-hmm.
I like both. They're not my favorites. Nocturnal Silence is awesome, but I also prefer Blood Hymns for the later stuff.
That's a good album.
Blood Hymns is great.
It's a really good album.
Yeah, and Marduk, you've got Dark Endless, which is the very different early album, which is fantastic.
Yep.
Then a bunch that, including this one, that are all very similar: Opus Nocturne and Heaven Shall Burn. Then we hit Panzer Division, and then we kind of go back to the other formula again. I kind of think I'm going to go Dark Side, but it's not a strong leaning. It's how I'm feeling at this exact moment. I think I enjoy it a little bit more in general as an album. It's not got a particular song I pull out. Like, it doesn't have a Wolves or anything that I particularly would pull out. But I think it just flows nicely. But yeah, it's not really a strong opinion either way. Like Dark Side and I can't remember the name of the third album with the very yellowy cover. Are very similar albums.
So Opus Nocturne?
No, that's Marduk. Sorry, Necrophobics. I'm gonna have to look it up, or I'll get annoyed. Their third one, the third Antichrist, is very similar to Dark Side. So, really, I'll take whatever, but I will probably decide today to take Dark Side.
Okay.
Seems like we've got mainly Marduk in the chat, though.
Hi, folks. Yeah.
Seems like it. All right. Alan, you're next.
Okay. Yeah. And sorry, I'm just looking in the chat. Yacht, you were asking, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm pretty sure it was Ground Zero, but now I'm getting there was a club in Winston and then there was a club in Spartanburg. And I may be getting the two mixed up. I saw them in Winston. If Ground Zero was the one in Spartanburg instead of Winston, then sorry, my mistake. It was the one in Winston that I saw them at. Anyway,
Alan's next.
I'm next, and I do have a pair here. We'll stick to. Let's see. Again, got several, but I'm looking for ones I want to make sure we slip in here before we decide to call it an evening.
Oh man, I've got a couple good ones, so we gotta wait.
Let's see.
I need to have some lunch. I'm dying over here.
All right, let's
lunch, future guy, whatever.
2 p.m.
All right, I'll go with a pair of Norwegian black metal bands we haven't mentioned yet. Let's see. So, and let's do some early ones. So, Dark Throne, Blaze in the Northern Sky.
It wins.
And we'll pair it with Burzum Detsum Engagvarg. And before folks say it in the chat, yes, both bands have guys that did and said all kinds of sketchy things. We get that. And if you want to disqualify one for that reason, that's okay. But yeah, that's the pairing. We'll go with Dark Throne's Blaze in the Northern Sky and Burzum Detsum Engagvarg.
Oh,
let's stop listening after you
make what they will of it.
It's a Blaze.
Blaze for you, Simon?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, that Burzum's good.
Oh. Both of those bands are very influential for what black metal is and what people are still trying to rip off.
Well,
it is a tough one, Wade. I agree. Blaze is epic, and they're still hold on to some death metal elements here and there, but it's God, I remember when that came out. I bought the tape. I love Soulside Journey so much. Great album. I saw Blaze of the Northern Sky at Camelot Music on cassette when it came out. I bought them like, fuck yeah, new Dark Throne. I'm looking at it like, what is this, a demo? I put it on, hit play. I'm like, is this a demo? Hated it. Fucking hated it. Like, what the fuck happened to these guys? But, once I realized the, the Bathory influence, and I came around on it. Man, this is tough. This is tough.
Really?
It's a tough one for me because, man, that Burzum is the first one I heard, and I love that song. That's a great record.
It's a great album, but I've got Avisla Set-Taros, so
yeah,
I'm good to keep the Dark Throne.
I gotta go with Burzum on this one.
Wow.
I do. I've got Bathory. I've got Hate Them. I've got
Under a Funeral Moon.
Yeah. That yeah, I mean I like Under a Funeral Moon, but I don't love Under a Funeral Moon. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. It's just the super cold, unrelenting. I don't know. Blaze is much better. Burzum for me. What do you think, Alan?
Blaze is much better, but you're picking Burzum.
Burzum's got more variety on it. You got the instrumentals on there. You got the little keyboard shit here and there. It's just it's more unique. It's more unique. It's more organic. It's more atmospheric. It's more emotive, I think.
I think that's kind of what Dizzy is saying here a little bit too. But yeah, for me on these, I've always preferred early Burzum over early Dark Throne. Nothing against early Dark Throne. There's been times where I've played a lot of like Under a Funeral Moon and Transylvanian Hunger and such, but yeah, Burzum. Never going to defend anything the guy has said or done or any of that, but
he's such a moron. He's such a fucking moron.
Yeah, but the early Burzum stuff is very good musically.
He's kind of a genius. Simple music lines. The way he weaves, even his synth stuff, it still sounds like Burzum. How does the fucking guy do that with a keyboard, totally eliminating all distortion? And just saying a stupid little bullshit and doing his stupid little things on a cheap fucking keyboard, it still sounds like Burzum. And it's kind of a testament to the guy's, musical mind. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, but yeah, that's that would be the pick for me. The early, Dark Throne. I've gone back, to that some lately and revisiting it again. But yeah, just the atmosphere he created without having to be anything big or complex always worked. It's not my favorite Burzum title, but I'll take it over Blaze. Although I know Blaze obviously is a big historic record in the scene for sure. So nothing against that one, but Burzum for me on that pair.
Okay.
All right,
Marty.
Okay. Well, I'm in the similar realm here, but we're going to go a little slightly different. Well, not that different of a route. You've got Netton's Madrigal. This album was dedicated to Dark Throne. It sounds kind of like shit until you get used to the songs. This is the remastered version. Sounds much better than the original pressing. Let's compare it to the band it was dedicated to. Under a Funeral Moon, technically at its core, sounds like shit. Here's two albums that are very similar in a lot of ways. I think I'll save my thoughts for my pick, but Simon.
Well, I already threw out that over before. So I don't know what it is.
So I'm holding up. This is what you're seeing right now.
Yeah,
on the screen.
My answer is Under a Funeral Moon. No, but I would pick that anyway. Under a Funeral Moon is like if somebody says to you, "What's this black metal thing?" That's that album. It is the black metal album. Whether or not it is the best or not, it's the most representative of that time, to my ears anyway. It's the necro sound. It's the cult sound. It's raw. It's a bit sloppy. It's just, yeah. You can say all those words about the Ulver album that I can't see you holding as well, but it's still the Dark Throne for me. Yeah.
Right on. Alan, what do you think?
I'm thinking Under a Funeral Moon for me. I'm trying to remember. It was probably my introduction to Dark Throne. I don't think I heard any of the others before it. If I did, this was the first one that I sort of focused in on and heard. And yeah, Simon, you're right. It is a good, if you had to pick like, in science, you have to pick like, one individual like fossil to represent a species. This would be like a good type specimen for, early 90s Norwegian black metal. It really would. But as I said a minute ago,
Norwegian black metal stripped to its fucking absolute core. I mean, there's no frills here. It is cold, baseline. I mean, there's Norwegian black metal that is a lot fancier than this. A lot fancier. It's
hard not to be fancier than that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That said, like mentioned, with the previous pairing, Dark Throne has never been my go-to for the original black metal Norwegian bands. Nothing against them. There's been times I've played them a lot, but I've usually picked other bands over them. Madrigal is probably a better album overall. It's probably got better songs on it. But I'm going to pick the Dark Throne on kind of a weird technicality, and this logic maybe works and maybe it doesn't. The Madrigal album, is cool. It is, raw AF and all of that stuff. Part of that, could be seen as like, tribute to Dark Throne.
It's an homage. I mean, they dedicate it to him in the liner notes.
yeah. At the time though, it was also sort of, there was, the whole thing, that they got, the big recording budget from Century Media and, took the money and ran and gave them this, very lo-fi recording. So it was also sort of a little bit of a, fuck you kind of we're going to make it raw on purpose to sort of stick it to the man.
Which is kind of funny.
It is kind of funny, but it also, in a way, it's just like, Dark Throne, that's raw because they wanted it to be raw.
Yeah.
Madrigal, from that perspective, you can say that's raw because they wanted to pocket a lot of cash rather than spend any money producing the damn thing. So maybe on a technicality, Madrigal wasn't, that's not the album they intended to make, but it's the album they found a loophole in the contract and got to make. I don't know. So yeah, I'm gonna keep the Dark Throne and say that that's the OG way to do it. I'm going to go a little OG on that one.
You know what?
Nothing against the Over though. I do like the Over album, and that's I admit that's maybe a little bit of a jerky way to look at it.
This Dark Throne material is, again, DNA. I've listened to these albums so many times. Culto is probably one of my favorite black metal vocalists. I love his just raw throat, go, from the screaming from the balls style. And once he went to the more crust punk shouting style, drunk guy at the bar, kind of lost it.
Yeah.
At that point, I started to really like Fenris's more, Isengard style singing. But when I compare these two albums, I thought it was a good pick. I love Under a Funeral Moon. Is it my favorite Dark Throne album? It isn't. But this Nathan's Madrigal is fucking special, man. The songwriting on this, the riffing completely shits on the Dark Throne. The Dark Throne could have wrote really great riffs. They chose to keep it stripped down, cold, and simple. And that's the whole point of it. And that they're, innovators in the Norwegian style. I get it. This is a tribute to it, but the songwriting on this is so good. Garm's vocals are so scathing on this. The songs on this are fantastic. They really are. Once you strip away, the original pressing of this, I got a promo sleeve of this when it came out. I had to review it, and I'm just like, what the fuck? It was like almost unlistenable. I mean, I was so wanting to hear something. If this had, a big production, at the time I was thinking if this had a great production, this would have been one of the best black metal albums ever. But, in hindsight, going back, listening to it now, I get why they did it this way. And it's the way it's supposed to be. It should have been. To me, this is the better album.
Okay.
It just is. It's just for the riffing and the songwriting alone. There's a lot going on here. There's some great guitar harmonies or melodies on here. And Garm just fucking scathes on this thing. This is kind of like an air guitar album. This is just kind of a straight ahead, dorky D&D guy wandering around in the woods at night, listening to this on a Walkman, which is cool too. But this to me is more of a musicians, guys doing it for, the feel, the idea of black metal. This is just more of a tribute with guys that really are talented musicians. The funny thing is this comes after Kveldsanger, which is, their drummer left the military service, and you could tell it was kind of like an acoustic treatment album. Well, we're going to do this classical stuff. We're going to do these vocal treatments. We're going to do this and this and this just to fulfill a contract. But wow, this is a complete opposite of that album. And it just shows, kind of a be all end all black metal album. Really. It's cold. It's fierce. It's absolutely ass ripping. Great black metal. This is too. Don't get me wrong. This is cold. This is influential shit right here, but I prefer Ablaze. I prefer Hate Them over this record, which is crazy to say.
Yeah, that's interesting.
It's a good album. That's their last really truly good album to me. But
yeah, fair enough.
Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well said.
Simon.
I've got 2 pairs left that I want to do.
Okay.
I hope 2 pairs is enough for everybody. I really must eat something or I'm going to fade away.
No, that sounds reasonable.
Okay. This is the obvious one. It had to come up at some point, and it is just cat amongst the pigeons. Go and sort it out amongst yourselves. Like an ever-flowing stream, left-hand part.
Oh, yeah, we've done this.
Go.
Yep, that had to come up. Absolutely.
Right, okay.
There's a clear, obvious winner here.
Yep, sure is.
It is. I agree with you.
This is real awkward in a minute, potentially.
Yeah.
No, I agree completely with you, Simon.
Considering the ramifications for me choosing this one, which has got the best opening riff on any European.
Override the Overture is one of the best Swedish death metal songs ever.
It is probably the best.
We've already got one vote for Entombed and one for Dismember.
Yeah.
Scott,
the album is impeccable. The guitar tone is savage.
Buzzsaw, fucking great.
The real downside, and I'm still picking this. The downside for me though is this is the only Entombed I like. Clandestine does nothing for me.
Oh, that album's a mess. That album, I'll say again, that album is a fucking mess.
Yeah. So, for me, this means I don't own any Entombed now. So that's cool. I've got
Ryan gives up.
demos. I fold. No, but I'm with Mike, like an ever-flowing stream, all the way.
Question for you there, Simon.
I know what you're getting at. I think mine might be slightly different. This is the Nuclear Blast USA.
That's what mine is. I bought when it came out, so yeah.
The very, very first Euro press has a different production to every other version that's ever been released. And I'm not. It
is. What does that mean?
I think it's slightly different production. I don't think I've heard it, unless the first press LP that I've got, which I got recently, is the same production. So I don't know.
Wade, a lot of people love Clandestine, and I say it's a mess. Listen to the songs on that. Nikki, the drummer, is singing on it. His voice isn't great. And the music, there's some really cool riffs throughout, and there's some good songs on the album, but I really prefer the Crawl EP with the guy from Nirvana 2002 singing on it.
Yeah.
Nikki's vocals suck.
They suck bad.
And the riffing is just a bunch of shit thrown together, and the songs are disjointed. They don't have a good feel to them. Clandestine's a shit show, man. It just is. And I say that, people are like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It's the way it is. It doesn't sit in my brain right. What do you think on that pick, Alan?
For me on this one, it would be the Entombed. Again, they're obviously very close and kind of cut from the same cloth, but part of it's just I've heard the Entombed more.
Eric, there are two types of people: people that like clandestine, and people that like Pink Bubbles Go Ape. I would rather listen to Pink Bubbles Go Ape. So, anyway, sorry, Alan. Go ahead.
No, it's they're close to each other. I mean, but the Entombed is the one I've heard a lot more than the Dismember, so I would keep the Entombed over the Dismember. Someone mentioned last week that they thought there had finally been an announcement for Dismember getting some reissues.
Yeah, they signed a Nuclear Blast. Yep.
Okay, and so the back catalog should be available. So okay, that's good to hear.
That's good news.
It's long overdue. But yeah, I'll keep it short and simple, and just say Entombed.
It's comparing two amazing albums. They're both great.
Oh, wait, I like this answer right here. Sorry, Marty.
Yeah.
That one.
I did say that.
That's the dark
Carnage
horse.
is good, but it's not as good as Entombed. It's not as good as Dismember. I mean, I like it, but it's just not as good as either of the two. I don't know.
I think it's a bit overlooked.
It is overlooked, and it's a great, solid, amazing album. And Left Hand Path is an amazing album. And the fact that I'm picking Like an Ever Flowing Stream, Dismember were always like, kind of like back in the day, they were like, oh, they're just an Entombed clone. And I listened to Like an Ever Flowing Stream, and it's way more savage of an album. It's just the buzzsaw guitars. You got Override the Overture, which is an amazing fucking song. Skin Her Alive. Oh my God, what a absolutely crushing song. And I can't deny Left Hand Path is an amazing album, an absolute classic. It set so many bands to emulate that sound, but they also did it again with Wolverine Blues. It's amazing how influential that band was. And Dismember, I prefer Like an Ever Flowing Stream. It's a brighter production. It's a little more savage metal, whereas I think Left Hand Path has got a little bit of a punk vibe to it.
Yep.
Which isn't not a bad thing. I love both of these records equally, but if I had to put a gun to my head, it's Like an Ever Flowing Stream. I think the songs are a lot more savage.
It's darker and more evil.
I think Karki's vocals are a little bit more brutal than Petrov's, and I gotta go.
You get that photo as well, right? So
yeah, absolutely. Get someone dumped the Kool-Aid on them.
Yep. So good.
You can tell that's not coming off their skin real quick.
Eric's chiming in with God Macabre. I can't argue with that. That's a good one too.
That's good shit too. Absolutely. I mean, thankfully we don't have to throw these things away, but all right. Whose turn is it? Alan's turn.
Alan.
Yep. Let's go 80s black metal style here for a round. And let's pair up the album that coined the phrase, Venom's Black Metal. And let's put that up against Bathory's The Return, second album by both bands, and see what kind of 80s black metal we love. Venom's Black Metal, Bathory's The Return. Simon's got an answer, it sounds like.
Yeah, very much.
All right, go for it, Simon.
Yeah, it's just The Return for me. I mean, based on what I was saying before, I'm 16 and I'm buying Slaughter of the Soul and Hypocrisy Abducted. I wasn't buying Venom. And when I finally discovered Venom, it was kind of too late for the impact of that to really matter.
Understandable.
But something like going back and hearing The Return, that's just a black metal album. Like that, not a, it's got the word black metal in the title. The Return is a black metal album. And it's as savage as anything that came later. It's what a lot of the Scandinavian, the second wave, were influenced by, was that album. It is. Yeah. That's why I like that one so much. It's the non-Scandinavian black metal album. Yeah. So it's The Return for me. It's fantastic. I just don't have that history with Venom.
That's very fair. Yep. Marty, what do you think here?
Well, I've got the history with Venom.
Hmm.
Thanks to the whole satanic panic of the 80s. That Venom, what's this band? I got to check this out. Songs like Sacrifice, I love that song. And it's that the Venom stuff is DNA, man. I've listened to it so much. When I first heard Bathory's the first Bathory album I heard was Hammerheart.
Right.
So when I finally got around to hearing The Return, it's pretty preposterous. I mean, let's be honest. It's kind of that album is kind of fucking bonkers sounding. It just I'm possessed. It's just like it almost doesn't sound fucking serious. I mean,
and Venom
time. Well, no, I mean that was tongue in cheek, but it was coming from an era that I could connect to. It was like coming out of the metal, the heavy metal era, and I was into some punk back then, and it all kind of fit and worked. Venom fit into it was like the missing puzzle piece that I didn't have. Nope. Bathory, it was an acquired. The Return was an acquired taste. I greatly prefer the self-titled. I greatly prefer Under the Sign of the Black Mark. Under the Sign of the Black Mark, is the absolute snapshot. That's the of the first 3 albums. That is the crown jewel of the fucking black metal era of Bathory. That is the album that influenced everybody. People are dipping into the Return for sure, but Under the Sign is the one that really affected the Swedish sound, especially. And I greatly prefer that record. But in fact, I rarely listen to the Return. I like it, but it's just not. It's preposterous, man. It is the transitional album between the self-titled and where he went, And
out of those 3, it is the one I listen to the least as well.
Yeah, it's harsh. It's really strange. But for me, it's Venom. Venom had the songs. Venom had the attitude. They had this fuck you attitude. There's a fuck you attitude about the Return as well, but it's more, it comes from a very I don't know, altered state of reality. I don't know. It's really strange. That album is so weird. I like it, but I don't love it like I love black metal. Black metal is just, I have so much time, man. And you're right, man. Born for Burning, great songs on here. Great songs. It's just weird sounding. It's just weird. It's just, of the first 3, it's my least favorite, hands down. The first album is Motorhead. The third album is the template of what black metal was to become. The second wave. It was the absolute, but he had to get there. And this is the album where he's figuring it out, and it's very forward thinking. It's an amazingly inspirational album, but I got to go with Venom just for the nostalgia.
Yep. Fair enough.
Yeah, it's a tough one for me. I like both these albums quite a bit, and someone mentioned Bathory would still kind of sound like a Venom clone here. I think they were moving away from the Venom sound a bit. Yeah, originally I was putting the first Bathory album against black metal, but then I feel like that maybe makes it too easy, because that first Bathory album really does feel like it's just sort of a Venom-ish, but
it is. But there's good songs, like the Venom mixed with Motorhead. I mean, the songs are catchy as fuck. It's a great song.
But yeah, no, I think on the Return, he's starting down that other path. So I like them both. My knee-jerk response is to keep the Venom. Kind of like Marty, I've got more history. Well, I've got more history with Venom, but not really by a lot, to be honest. And with Bathory, I started with the raw stuff, and then randomly got Hammerheart, and that was an interesting afternoon trying to figure out what the hell happened to Bathory. Right, it's 1996, and
Manowar happened to Bathory. He admitted it. He's like, I heard Manowar.
You typed Bathory into GeoCities, and it takes 15 minutes to give you a couple of hits. It took a while to decode what had happened there. But I like the Bathory album. I have not played it in a long time. I should replay it. But I'll keep Venom. Venom just had a really good balance of being, crazy, over the top, but in sort of the fun, cheeky, obnoxious way. I like the punky vibe. I like the songs are catchy.
I even like Teacher's Pet. It's
T-shirts,
so
that's great. It's hilarious.
stupid, but I like it.
Yeah, people complain about that one sometimes, but it's just a dippy,
It's a fun song.
Yeah, it's fun to have fun. So yeah, I'll keep the Venom, although it's close. It is close, and I can definitely see where folks that didn't have any real hit, like you said, Simon. If you don't have a history with Venom, looking back at that now, it might feel just like, what's the big fucking deal about this?
It's hard to approach it without having been there, I think.
Yeah,
I can appreciate, based on what I've read and just general knowledge of where they fit into everything, but it's just not been a band for me.
Scott Metal 666, it does hold up. It is aggressive, and it is so aggressive, it's absurd. It's for the time that album came out, it is a weird relic of its time. It really is. And it's ahead of its time. It's forward thinking and ahead of its time. But thankfully, again, he figured out the songwriting. Like I said, Under the Sign is so well written and composed and perfect. He tamed down the insanity of The Return and shoehorned it into something really cool.
Yep. Yeah, but I very much get what Simon's saying. I've had that same reaction with some bands that were a little before my time. One random example is the Ramones. Everyone always made such a big deal. The Ramones was like, oh man, you got to check the Ramones. It's so fast, man. And that player's just like, this is fast. This isn't fucking fast. I've got Walls of Jericho and Agent Steel, and I'll play fast for you. And how the fuck is this fast? It's just. I'm sure it was fast at the time, but that was before my time.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, Marty, your next to last pick. I think we got one round left after this before Simon passes out.
I'm so hungry. It's jelly from a jar.
Marmalade or Vegemite, some Vegemite there.
No.
We made it almost 3.5 or over 3.5 hours before the Vegemite joke. Impressive.
Yes, not to disappoint. Okay, we're gonna go 2 more classics here, and we've already talked about these, so this can be a quickie. Sure. De Mysterious Dom Satanas up against Havis Leset Taros.
Okay.
You got the guys in both bands. Where do you stand? Dickheads in both bands. There's no denying it, but both created insanely amazing music.
Does this mean I can claw Mayhem back after throwing it out before?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, because I now can choose Philosophem, I can choose Mayhem. So I can claw back getting some of those Mayhem bangers. I like this Burzum the most, but Philosophem is fairly similar. So this is the one where Burzum went more. The atmospheric black metal sound became the predominant.
Oh yeah,
and the big ambient track, and he just sort of refined that, did it again on Philosophem. So if I have to lose that but gain Mayhem back, I will take the Mayhem. And
OG press, by the way, just to flex a little bit.
Oh, very nice. That's pretty cool.
Got Shattered Records in Cleveland.
Nice.
Yep.
Mayhem for me.
Mayhem for Simon. What are you thinking there, Alan?
The chat's kind of split on this one, and understandably so. Let's see. I kept Mayhem earlier, but in this case, I got a ditch. That is my. I agree with Autumn. That is my favorite Burzum title. Philosophem. I like the music, the vocal processing that had to be done to record those vocals. It kind of messes with the atmosphere on that album for me. A lot of people love it. Most folks rank it pretty high. If the vocals could have been done, properly, it might be my favorite too. But that Burzum is my favorite. The title track on that one, I think it's the title track on that one. No, because the title track isn't on that one.
That's Some Engang Var is the
lead-off track.
The lead-off track. Yeah.
That was one of the that track was my introduction to Burzum. Someone had made me a TDK of. It had some Burzum on it. It had some Immortal on it. It had some Ancient on it, of all things. Pre Vampire Ancient. and maybe a couple of other things, but that was one of the first songs that really stuck out to me. As I was sort of checking out black metal early on, it's just like, that's a really cool song. And when I picked that one up, it ended up being my favorite from their catalog. Yeah, I described the Mayhem earlier. Attila's vocals are great. There's a few songs on it I love. But as Simon said too, there's some songs I can live without off Day Mysteries, and I don't play Day Mysteries very often. So I will keep Pivot, Lysa Taros, and let Day Mysteries, Don Sathanis
remain a mystery.
It will become a mysterious mystery, like the stain, on my pants. That came out wrong. Damn it! I was trying to avoid that.
The front or the back is the big question. Either aren't good, but
I was completely trying to avoid where that ended up, and I just fell right into it. Damn it! It's late. Okay, Simon's hungry and I'm sleepy, so we're falling apart here a little bit.
You're both weak.
Marty, what's your call here?
This is a tough pick for me because this is the best Mayhem. Burzum music, I hate to say this because, again, the guy's a dickhead, but his music is otherworldly. He was coming from a different place with this shit, and it just always blows me away how all these simple lines that he puts into this stuff on their own are just, if I were to come up with a riff playing, I'd be like, whatever, garbage. But he would like work it in and make it into something otherworldly, world building. It's like take you to another, realm through this atmosphere. I just cannot deny these. I mean, even when he came back from prison, Bellis, Fallen, those albums are fucking great. They're great. It sounds like he hit pause on his career, came back, hit pause again, and all of a sudden he's Burzum again. And it sounds like Burzum. Even that weird guitar record where it was like, they sound like nursery rhymes for his kids or something, probably with racist connotations. Who knows? But I mean, that's a fucking weird record, but I still kind of liked it because it still sounds like Burzum. It's a weird atmosphere, even though it is unlike it is not as good as the other stuff. But, and I don't own any of the after that. I've heard it. I just don't need to pay top dollar for, I don't care. But this shit is otherworldly classics. And again, I hate throwing Attila in the garbage here, and some great music, amazing drum work, great bass work. The guitar sounds amazing. The songs are simple and awesome, but this shit is on a different level. It just is. I mean, the self-titled, it's a little immature. I like it, but it doesn't really get good until Det Sum and Gangvar. I even like the Eska EP. That's really good as well. He really hit his stride in this time. He put out a lot of material in a short period of time because he knew he was going to prison. And I mean, I guess, necessity is the mother of invention, I guess, but you just cannot deny how transportive this shit is. It's a statement. It's never gets old to me. It never gets boring. It's just awesome. Awesome. And I really wish the guy wasn't an asshole, but he is. So yeah, I gotta go with Burzum. I gotta kick Mayhem to the curb again.
Burzum.
All right, Simon, you got one pick left. What will it be?
I will wrap it up with don't take this one too seriously. Gorefest.
Oh, you bastard. Already. I love that record. My band is named after the first song on that album.
Yeah, there's a song on this album. It's called The Glorious Dead. That's right. So I pitted against.
It's a great, amazing album. You better not pick something good. You fucking asshole.
Do you get to listen to this album, or do you have to collapse your band?
Well, thankfully, the bands don't sound well. That might not be completely true.
Yeah, but it means you have to get rid of your band.
There's some similarities there.
This was my troll pick. No, yeah, there's not that many similarities. There's a little bit, but
What do you think, Alan?
I'm going to keep the Glorious Dead the album, and I can pass on the Gorefest, I suppose. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm cool with that.
Very politically correct, Alan.
Well,
I'm gonna
go against what you think I would go against. I'm gonna go again. I'm gonna say I'm gonna go with the Gorefest album.
Okay.
We've got a new album coming out. It's a bit of a progression from the first one.
Okay.
A little faster, a little weirder, a little more out there.
Is there any saxophone on it?
Fuck no.
Okay,
no.
Just making sure. Yeah.
Autumn, you're too kind. Thank you, honey. Appreciate that.
Autumn.
So sweet. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
That Gorefest album is very influential for me. I mean, if you listen to our 3-song demo, the first song I wrote for this project was very influenced by that Gorefest record, and it's kind of obvious. We redid that song on the bonus track on the CD of that new album. It's an influential album. It's, I think, Gorefest's best album. It's a great album. I love it. I put it on, and it just makes me grind my teeth the whole time.
The opening drums on From Ignorance to Oblivion.
Oh, so good. He with Ed Walmsley. He's an amazing drum player. He also went on to be in the band with Van Drunen. Hail of Bullets. He was the drummer for that. And he was also in a couple other bands throughout the years. He's an amazing drummer. I got to go with the Glorious Dead. I'm sorry. I have to go with Gorefest. See, my brain's already. That's a curveball, a trolling curveball on that. What do you think, Alan? Oh, you already decided. What do you think, Simon?
I get a get out of jail free card because you said that your next album is going to be better. So
I don't know if it's going to be better. I know it's been a lot of work in it, but I don't know if people are going to like it or not.
I'm sure I will. So in that case, I will take your superior second album and keep Gorefest False. I mean, Gorefest Mind Loss is pretty good.
It's really good.
False is way better. It was the first one for me, and then I don't care. You know, erase is what they should do.
Oh God, it's so fucking terrible. Yeah. Hey, thanks, Dizzy Dog. Appreciate that, man.
But yes, Glorious Dead, the band, and this album is very good. Everybody, do go buy it. Purchase. Links in the description. Buy.
Still available. Still have a box and a half left of the record, so come and get it. Yeah. We bring the sex to death metal. Us old fat bastards.
Is that the name of the next album? Us old fat bastards.
Cemetery Path is the name of the new album.
Is that news you just dropped now on the stream? Or have you
I think we've put it out there. We haven't really made a big announcement, but you know, if a tree falls in the woods and no one hears it, doesn't make a sound. You know, it's one of those deals. But all right.
Well, that's where I'll wrap it up for mine. I think I covered pretty much everything.
Good deal.
Cool. Okay, Alan, you're next.
All right. Well, let's wrap it up with this pairing. One of these two bands hasn't been mentioned at all tonight, which I'm kind of surprised about. So get something a little bit new in. One of them has, but with a different album. So choice number 1, Bolt Thrower, In Battle There Is No Law. And second option, Voivod, War and Pain. We haven't had any Voivod discussion tonight. So early.
That's kind of mean.
Early Bolt Thrower and early Voivod. Let's see what the chat has to say about this one.
Mean.
This one I have to default on to be Bolt Thrower because I don't know if you saw one of my recent videos, but I've only just gotten into Voivod. I now own Killing Technology. That is all I own.
You need to mention Hatros.
Yeah, I've been told that, so that's on the list.
Oh wait, no, Dimension. Yeah, Dimension's fine. Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, Dimension Hatros is the next one to find. And
that's so good.
I didn't know them when I saw them live. But I don't know the album you're talking about, so I default to Bolt Thrower, which is a good album anyway.
Fair.
Do you know what you're going to pick? You know what you're going to pick, Alan?
Yes, I do.
Well, why don't you tell us? Because I don't know yet.
I'm going to keep the bolt thrower as well. Kind of like Simon. I have never dove completely deep into Voivod, and I've found things I like, but I've also found things I don't like in the Voivod discography. So, it's one of those bands, and I know it's heresy to say, at this point, I'm not that into Voivod. They're not the band for me.
Warren Pain is their most Venom album. If that makes
and I do
sense.
like Warren. I like the first 4 albums from Voivod, and I do like Warren Pain just fine. But I really like In Battle among the early Bolt Thrower albums. It's it's heavy, it's crushing, but it's still kind of raw and everything at the same time.
So where does Warren Pain fit into the discography?
It's their first album.
It's their debut. Yep.
Okay. So we're pitting debuts. All right.
Yep. So, I really do like that first Bolt Thrower album, even though, it still has that just grimy, punky, almost, I don't know, maybe a little crusty around the edges, and I think it just sounds glorious that way. So the Bolt Thrower easily for me, but part of that is, again, I'll fully admit, I'm not a Voivod guy yet. Maybe I'll come around on that sometime.
Last comment in the chat.
What do we got? I was trying to think of which ones to pair for this. I probably could have picked much meaner pairs even, but I thought this one was fair game without being too malevolent.
I think you would I really think you would like Warren Pain, Simon. It's very raw. It's very
noted.
It's very weird. But it's not, they got a lot weirder, I would say. They got a lot more sci-fi sounding. This is, like I said, you listen to their demos, there's a lot of Venom and Merciful Fate type covers. So, I mean, I hear on that first Voivod a lot of Venom. And it makes it kind of cool and kind of fun.
Yep.
But for me, I would have to go with Voivod. If you want to hear where the Bolt Thrower sound came from, you need to check out the band Sacrilege from the UK. They're kind of a crusty band. Their second album, called Within the Prophecy, it's very unassuming album. It's got a really weird cover. They got Tam on vocals.
Yeah, it's a good album. Yeah,
you listen to some of the songs, you can hear where Bolt Thrower got their ideas. I mean, they were all friends. They're all coming from the same scene. They knew each other. You could tell they were a big influence for Bolt Thrower, and you could hear that on In Battle There Is No Law. There's a lot of Sacrilege on that record, which is cool. It's very cool. I'm going to pick Voivod just because I've been with them longer. Is it their best album of the first 4? It isn't. It's young. It's raw. It's like a bare electrical wire arcing in a puddle of water. but it's cool because of it. All the charm. There's a lot of charm on the songs like Blower and Nuclear War. I mean, great fucking songs. They're great. They're fun. It's a great record. So yeah, Voivod for me.
Fair. Very fair. All right, Marty, bring us on home. What's your last pair?
Damn it. Well, I'm going to pick these here, and I'm going to show a record after I'm done, just because I want to talk about how good it is, and I didn't get to show my pairing of it. But we're going to go with Tolka's first album, Natastid. Which is an amazing Norwegian black metal album. We're going to put up against the first Borknagar album, which is also an amazing Norwegian black metal. This is a good pair.
It is a good pair.
What's the first one, Marty?
Tolka, Taka, Taka. People say it, but it's Tolka, I believe, is the pronunciation of it.
Okay. Invisible L.
Natastid.
Okay.
This is an absolutely killer, amazing Norwegian black metal album. It's so good.
It is. I recently
all their records are good, to be honest.
I had that Borknagar late 90s, early 2000s, and it got purged because I didn't listen to it much. I got it back.
Oh, you fucked up.
I got it back. I got it back about 2 years ago, and I like it. There is a reason why it got purged. It's just not in the same. It's not the kind of black metal I'm usually after.
But for people that don't know this first Borknagar, this was started out as a super group. You got Ivar from Enslaved on it doing some keyboard stuff, Garms on vocals, you got Grim on drums, and then the main guy, I can't remember his fucking name. Brahm, I can't remember his fucking name. This handsome devil here on the CD, but
no, it's a strong album, but Taka, that Natterstead, I got that when it came out. I remember buying it when it came out. The opening riff on the first song,
so good. Slays.
It's more what I'm after, and what I would tend to go to. So Taka.
Alan, have you heard the first one there?
I have not. I was double checking, and I mean, I've heard the band name before. I have never heard a note by Taka, so
it's Tolka.
Okay.
But yeah.
It
sounds like there's an L in it, but I don't think there. Okay. I could be wrong. If anybody hears Norwegian, you can laugh at my pronunciation, but I've heard people from there say Tolka.
Yeah.
So
kind of like Simon earlier, I have to pick the Borknagar by default because I haven't even heard the other one. But I'm not real familiar with that first Borknagar album. I heard it. I gave it a spin or two a while back after Matt over at the Dark Path had commented on it and ranks it really high. So that's why I want to try. So this is pretty good, but I haven't really revisited it. But I'm sorry, but I have to kind of just default and pick the only one I've heard here.
Well, definitely investigate this because it's great. It's really great. But this is awesome. This is my favorite Borknagar album. This thing is great. It's for a side project. When this came, I heard it was a side project. I bought it when it came out, and I'm like, holy shit, this is amazing. Just what I want to hear. And then they put out the Olden Domain where Garm was singing like shit, and I didn't like that album.
They're a one album band for me.
I mean, I like some of the the Seaman or the ICS Vortex Seaman Hestes or whatever the hell his name is. But my pick on this one is here. This is when a lot of Norwegian bands either went really like turbocharged, technical, weird death metal or completely avant-garde. This guy stayed the course. Yeah. He made some really dumb choices with things he did in Germany, but this band has been really good. I've liked almost all their records. The first two are the best, but they've all been really solid, great, on-track Norwegian black metal bands, albums.
And really, really good. I bet that first Borknagar, it is really good, but the first Olva does that sound better. Kvist does it better than both of them, in my opinion. For that kind of organic black metal sound.
I just want to show this because I pulled it, I paired it with an album, but this for me is probably my favorite Norwegian black metal album, and it is completely overlooked, and it's a shame. Hades Again Shall Be.
Banger.
This album is absolutely fucking amazing. Absolutely amazing, mid-paced Norwegian black metal. But man, this thing hits me right in the feels. It's got so much atmosphere. It's got so much melody and uniqueness. It's just a landmark of Norwegian black metal. It came out on Full Moon Productions back in the day. It's fucking great. Their second album, Dawn of a Dying Sun, is also really good. I prefer this one. God, I paired it with Enslaved's Frost, but I was going to pick. Hades. I was going to pick Hades.
That Hades.
God, if you've never heard Hades, check them out. It's so fucking good. Absolutely landmark.
Do you know that one, Alan?
What's that?
I said, do you know that one, Alan? Do you know that album?
I've heard it a few times. I don't have any history with it, but Marty's recommended it. I've played it a few times. I liked it, but I haven't circled back around to give it enough attention. So yeah, both. A couple here at the end that I will have to put on the to playlist if I've got some time this weekend. Yeah, talking. That's interesting. Yeah, I've heard of that. The T, the letter T band. And I never had any idea what they were, so I never followed up on them.
It's good, man. It's such good stuff.
Okay, cool.
He carried the torch when a lot of other bands gave up and either broke up or changed their style or got more fucking artistic and went to the Norwegian sweater store and stocked up. Norwegian sweaters and red wine and all that other stuff. Oh, we've got a wine brand now. You should check out our wine. Yeah. Fuck off.
And with that, 4 hours. Yeah, wow.
It has been fun.
It has been a fun show. And
thanks to everybody in the chat for participating. It's been a very lively group this evening. And thanks to the almost 60 folks still hanging with us.
Yeah. I mean, we hit 103 tonight, which is good.
Wow.
It's good, man.
Indeed.
Good stuff.
Indeed. Simon, thanks for joining. And again, to everybody, sorry that Melanie could not join us for this. It would have been really fun having her in the mix too, but we will get her back on deck next time when she's feeling 100% once more.
And definitely go check out Explosive Action. He's got an amazing channel. I'm sure if you're watching this, you've more likely subscribed to him as well, but please take a second, go click on over there and click his little bell and all that good stuff. And
the bell.
You have anything coming up, Simon, that you want to promote or talk about before we disembark?
Or disembowel. No, nothing particularly. There should be a video in the next couple of days. I did end up doing a bit of a shopping trip yesterday, and as I tend to do that, the camera comes out. So people seem to like shopping.
Yeah, they're fun.
The short version is, though, I didn't buy a great deal, which was anticlimactic, but it was still fun to go out. It was a sunny day. So yeah, that'll be the next thing, and then there's probably there's a black metal video that needs to happen, and I've got about eight or so OG sort of thrash and heavy metal LPs that have accumulated. I need to get through.
Heavy emphasis on the OG. Like I said, original pressings, they all go to Australia to die, just so you all know. If you're ever wondering, I never find any original pressings anymore, because they box them all up and they ship them just to a random address in Australia.
The water spins backwards, and so they all land in the pouch of a kangaroo that then hops across China and gets to Australia via land bridge. Kind of.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Yep.
It's all because science. That's how
it's because it's toilets spinning backwards. It's so stupid. Why is that? It's dumb. It makes no sense. Stupid science.
Magnets.
Magnets. Okay, everybody. We love you all. Thank you so much for hanging with us tonight. We will be back Tuesday. I need to solidify something for Tuesday. I forgot to do so this week. We'll see. Right. We'll be back Tuesday, whether or not that solidification works or not. But
we'll have some fun content coming up again soon. But until then, everybody have a great weekend.
Wednesday, Album Club. We're going to be talking about Testament's The Formation of Damnation.
Yep.
And Friday is yet to be determined. But you all rule. Thank you so much. And Simon, thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. And
sorry we starved you half to death.
No, it's all right. It's my time zone, not yours.
Cheers, everybody. Take care.